everybody. Am I on? Yes? 1, 2, testing. Welcome everybody in chat. Welcome. Why is my headphones not playing? Let's just check that out right now. Let's go to the wiretaps. Was Sarah Dugan behind what happened to me? Maybe. We're going to be doing a little bit of cross-examination tonight, folks. Changing it up, changing the energy. We may come back to Jeff Lacasse. It was a toss-up between George's closing in Charlie's trial and Sarah Dugan's cross. But, you know, I and some of the moderators feel that Sarah Dugan just doesn't get enough credit in this whole thing, right? Everyone talks about Georgia. Well, that's okay, because Georgia's fantastic. But you know who else is fantastic? Sarah Dugan. Absolutely, she's fantastic. She's our pit bull. She takes no prisoners. She takes names. She's just brutal on Katie. And what I really like about watching this cross-examination is you can almost feel Tara Kawas in the room listening to this, listening to Katie's terrible performance. You can feel Tara Kawas thinking, why did we do this? What was our story? Why did we think this would work? It really is. You know, in Charlie's cross-exam, we saw an example of someone who was over-prepared, overly prepared, right? Too knowledgeable of the facts, where it just seemed like, listen, man, you just sound like you've rehearsed. And now you're going, okay, you want to know what call? I'll tell you what call. It was it was a Tuesday, April 17th, 2016. But Katie is the exact opposite of that. Hang on, where is our chat? We've got to get our chat, because I want to verify that I'm on here. So we go to the studio, fantastic studio, and then we do this. Yeah. Pop out chat. Welcome, Victoria Girl, Angel Baby, Neville Darling, Udi, Mr. Goodwrench. If Udi is the wrench, I think Neville could be the hammer. By the way, guys, I'm looking into the feasibility of having custom wrenches produced in Florida, engraved with the Metrix logo, to hand out to the moderators. Is that a good idea? You could put them on the wall, or just put them in the toolbox, you know? Yeah, Carrie Brooke, another tool. What would Carrie Brooke be? I suppose that she would be, if Neville is the hammer, Ud is the wrench, Carrie Brooke would be the, maybe the, I don't know. I'm having a blank moment. And I'm trying to think of a tool that is polite. Because all the ones that came through my head, I was like, no, that's inappropriate. I suppose Carrie Brooke could be the... tape measure? Because she keeps us all in check, right? A tape measure coming your way, Carrie Brooke. 30 feet. Okay, where are we? We got Wendy. We got an owl. We got an owl with us today. Ah, I know what I need to do. I need to put this chat into the pop-up box. 2 seconds, guys. It's been a late start for us. Sorry for the late notice. Amy woke me up. She says, you got to do a show. I was having a really bad dream. And now I've got a toothache. I think I got to go to a dentist tomorrow, but not a murdering dentist. Definitely not a murdering dentist. Maybe I should wait and go to the dentist in Miami. Maybe I could get a colleague of the Adelsons, go to Harvey for a recommendation, and do a thorough interview while I'm having my tooth pulled out. Yeah, this tooth is... There's only half of it left. It's got to come out. It's got to come out. Has anyone done that before? I've never had a tooth out. Is it terrible? Is it painful? And what? Then I just have a gap in my mouth? That's going to be weird. Like a pirate. Just like a pirate. And then we're going to head down to St. Augustine. Okay, I think we're good. Why am I not getting this on the headphones here? Give me a second.
All right, so I want to talk about what you just talked about with your attorney.
Yes, ma'am.
You said...
Okay.
Please be seated.
Well, that's a pretty good shot, Tara.
We'll continue with the testimony at this time. Cross-examination. Ms. Dugan, you may proceed.
All right, so I want to talk about what you just talked about with your attorney.
Yes, ma'am.
You said that you and Charlie Adelson were together in July of 2014, right?
Yes, ma'am. No, July 2014?
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
And then you broke up in August, you said?
I believe so.
Okay. And then you became friends after that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then you became his personal assistant in September of 2014?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So that all goes on in the matter of those 2 months, July to September 2014?
Yes, ma'am.
If you're someone's personal assistant, you have to see or talk to them every day, right?
See and talk to them every day?
Mm-hmm.
Talk to them on the phone, but
right.
Not have to see them.
Okay. Did you and Charlie continue to talk on the phone every day, multiple times a day, since you were his personal assistant?
Multiple times a day? I don't remember.
Well, every day then?
I don't remember if it's every day.
Okay, well, how often would you talk to him?
I don't know. Do you have, like, phone records?
No, I'm just asking you.
Do you have, like, phone records that I know don't exist?
What's your memory of how often you talked to him?
From 2014?
Mm-hmm, when you became his personal assistant.
Yeah.
I don't know how often I was talking to him.
I don't know.
Well, how would...
When you became his personal blowjob assistant, how many blowjobs would that be per week? I mean, I think that would have been a better defense. I think that's always a good trick, you know? It's the cocaine smuggler's trick, okay? We said it with Sarah Boone. If you involve in your defense something that is, you know, taboo or slightly uncomfortable to talk about, like being a blowjob assistant, or in Sarah Boone's case, it was, listen, this was a sex game, and this was our kink, right? He gets in the bag and we bone. You're buying yourself a massive, because the jury are kind of, there's almost an instinct to kind of back away. Like, imagine if someone says something to you like that in a normal conversation, a colleague at work. You know, I think a lot of people would kind of back off a little, right? Like, okay, well, this is a bit uncomfortable, so I'm going to go and stand by the photocopier. You know, that is a good idea for any defense, right? I became his personal blowjob assistant.
I mean...
It was 3 times a week, and there are no records because I swallowed everything.
If you're working for him and being his personal assistant, you
whenever
said
he would call me, so I mean,
is that it's everyday duties that you had?
He was calling. I don't know how often he was calling me. That's why I don't want to answer like a wrong amount or a wrong number.
Okay. Well, you were getting paid every 10 days for your work, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you would have regular work and you'd have regular contact with him during all of your pay periods?
Not regular contact, no. I don't know how many times he would call me.
Neverly, darling, the hammer is polite. Your Balkan power.
During the week.
Okay. And he had just broken up with you 2 months before that.
Like I said, like I was telling Ms. Kawas that I never had like a definitive date when we stopped like talking.
Sometime between the murder, though, and when you became his personal assistant, he broke up with you, though. That was your testimony?
Like it was dwindling down, like our relationship.
Meaning that he was ghosting you? That's what
Something
your
like that,
attorney
yeah.
said in her opening statement?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Why would he want you working as his personal assistant if he was ghosting you?
Well, I told you that I needed that favor for the insurance purposes. That's why I put that I was working for him.
And you needed that favor, though. You needed that favor, and you asked him for that favor actually in June of 2014, didn't you?
If that's what the records show.
If you're just relying on the records, then why are you testifying? The content that she adds is basically null and void, right? There's no additional support or backup to her case. It would have been really better just to let Christopher DeCoste handle the whole thing. Put a sock in Katie's mouth, tell Kawas to hit the road.
Showing the first Plaza Exhibit State 136.
All right, well, let's make sure we're going to get it. You're asking that State's Exhibit 136 is admitted into evidence? Right.
No objection.
It'll be admitted as State's Exhibit 136.
Permission to public?
Yes.
Sorry about that. I thought we were
That's all right.
All right. Looking at this, you asked him for this favor. Baby, I need your help with employment. I have to send it to DCF for my prison insurance. Also, if I end up moving, I need to show I'm working for you or else I won't be able to get an apartment. That was in June of 2014, right?
Yes, ma'am.
June 24th, actually, right in between the trips to Tallahassee to commit this murder, right?
Say the dates again.
June 24th, that's in between the June Tallahassee trip and the July Tallahassee trip,
I believe so.
that you asked for this favor for him?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then you guys were together at the time that you asked this favor, right?
I believe so.
Right, but he didn't put you on the payroll in June, did he?
No, I don't think I was on the payroll till September, you said?
Right. Okay, so that was a favor that he did for you after he broke up with you, you're saying?
We never really broke up. Like, I guess when we stopped having like that type of relationship.
Right, you were no longer intimate with each other?
Not that I could recall.
Okay. You said that y'all broke up sometime after the murder of Dan Markel, and then about in May, that's when you got together with Sigfredo Garcia, right?
I got in 2015.
Right.
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am.
But you said that in August, that's when he broke up with you.
I don't know the dates that when we stopped or not stopped, but like when our communication dwindled down in the relationship.
Okay. You
It was
asked him for that
dwindling
favor
down.
in June, and you
Everything dwindles down with Katie.
were definitely together, though.
I believe so.
And he ghosted you after the murder of Dan Markel. That's what the argument is, right?
This is the second trial, Neverly, darling. Katie's retrial.
Right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But at the same time that you're saying he ghosted you, you're also saying he asked you to become his personal assistant.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Does that make any sense?
I needed the help to get my kids' insurance.
Why would he want his
Anything
ex-girlfriend, who he doesn't talk to and he's ghosting, to become his personal assistant?
He talks to his other ex-girlfriends.
No, I
Not
said,
one.
why is he ghosting you but asking you to become his personal assistant?
Because I'm asking him for the favor so that I can.
Right, but at this point, y'all are broken up.
What is
when he
that?
put you on the Adelson Institute payroll, right?
Why we stayed as friends? We were friends.
Okay. So he put you on the Adelson Institute as a favor to a friend,
Yes.
to their
ma'am.
payroll. Okay. But the other employees of the Adelson Institute, so though they said that, you didn't work there. So
Yes,
that's
ma'am.
why you're saying that you worked remotely, you worked at home. That's your
Yes,
testimony?
ma'am.
Okay. And Charlie Adelson, we hear him in the recording saying, oh, you clean the office on the weekends, but you're telling us you actually did not do that,
No, ma'am.
right? Okay. So why didn't you go into the office? Why were you working from home? Like, what was so different about you?
What was so different about me?
Mm-hmm.
My whole purpose was to get insurance for my kids. I didn't whenever he asked me to do some stuff, like I would do it. Like I told you, the site, and I can't recall a lot of the things from 2014. That's why I don't know how to really answer your question.
Well, as his remote personal assistant, I mean, what exactly did you do for him? You said earlier you set up appointments for him,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
And you looked at rental places for him?
Yes, ma'am. He had owned properties, and like he was telling me to collect from those property,
Okay.
from the properties.
So
that
let's
he
take
had.
those one by one, setting up
ma'am.
appointments. Did you actually schedule any patients?
No, not scheduled patients on the thing. It's for the site, like his
Thank you, Victoria Girl, for the Clove Oil Fund. Yes, I remember that from Marathon Man.
website.
So you did not schedule patients?
No, ma'am.
Okay. What appointments did you set up for him?
No, I can't recall.
Okay, what type of appointments if they weren't scheduling?
I think that's why, anytime I go to the dentist, I just think of Laurence Olivier torturing me.
Patients.
I can't recall.
You don't know what type of appointments you set
No,
up for him? Okay, but you did not schedule patients.
Not that I can recall.
So
no.
it wouldn't have been for his work as a dentist.
I'm kind of getting confused about your question.
His work is
I can just imagine Tara Kawas prepping Katie. Yeah, it's going to be fine. We're going to say you are personal assistant. All right, I'm not doing the accent today. You set up appointments. Yeah, that's what we'll say. You were making calls, remote work, so that's why the people in the office don't know who you are. Personal assistant out there, setting up appointments, setting up the website deal, collecting the money from the laundromat machines.
as a dentist was he did dental work on patients,
Yeah,
right?
I can't recall the patients that I've.
And Sarah Dugan just tears it down. What were these appointments? What was the nature of these appointments?
Called or which ones I've scheduled back in 2014.
I'm not asking you for specifics. I'm just saying, what type of appointments did you set up for him if you didn't schedule patients?
Thank you, Carrie. Yep. I'm looking forward to this. Actually, I think it's going to be the best way for me to read the book because there's a purpose. If there wasn't a purpose, certainly there isn't a purpose to be achieved by me just reading it to myself. Unless I just want to get stressed out and mad. But if there's a purpose to read it on air, I think that'll be better.
What
I
other
told
types
you
of
I didn't-
appointments?
I didn't do the appointments. I did it for the site. Like his appointments with other things that he needed to do, not for patients in the office.
Okay, so you were not scheduling patients. You were not, this isn't the office website you're talking about?
Yes, the office website.
Okay, what type of appointments are you putting on the office website that are not patients?
I'd love to see this website. I bet it doesn't exist anymore, right? I'll have a quick look while we're watching.
He just needed to, to take the pictures for his office and his website.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I was setting up the appointment for.
You set up an appointment for him to get his website done
Yes.
by a company that does websites.
Yes, like my friend that was doing the website. Yes.
That is the appointment that you set up
Yes,
for him.
ma'am.
Okay, and that is one appointment you're saying that you
That
set
I
up for
can
him.
remember. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And
I just found their Yelp, Adelson Institute Yelp page. Their synopsis reads, "The Adelson Institute for Aesthetics and Implant Dentistry is a beautiful, state-of-the-art facility located in Tamarack, South Florida, near Fort Lauderdale. Here you can enjoy superior cosmetic, restorative, and implant dentistry in a caring, spa-like environment. At our family-friendly practice, patients are the #1 priority. Our dentists, hygienists, and treatment coordinators all have gentle, chair-side manners and go the extra mile for every patient. We take the time to address your concerns, get to know you as a person, and provide personalized results in a spa-like environment. Is there a review? Let's have a look if there's a review. Oh, the first question on here is, ask the community. Question: did this family kill Wendy's ex-husband? Sounds like they will all be indicted. Answer: yes, yes, yes. Don't let that be a deterrence to visiting Adelson Dental, as their work is killer. Patient Yentl. Okay. Oh, it's just people making fun. There's a review here. It says, Charlie does a killer job. If you can't pay, there's a layaway plan and then a backup layaway plan if that doesn't work. I yelped. This is from 2017, so this could be a genuine review. I yelped the location based on their late times and location, and it was a great hit for me. First, when I called, Erica was great, so kind and helpful. She called my insurance to confirm and didn't have a remote hesitation to do it a few times. When I arrived, I was greeted very friendly. I was greeted very friendly. And met the doctor right away. Also very gentle and kind. A family feel to the practice, and the team of staff also. Had Amy as my hygienist, and she as also fab, highly recommended, blah, 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 blah. You get the idea.
So you earned over $800 a month, over $17,000 over the course of a year and a half for setting up one appointment with him one time to get his website set up.
I don't remember all of the specifics of stuff that he's asked me to do.
Okay. That's the only one that you can think of.
That, I mean, like right now, yes.
Okay. Well, your defense is that you're not involved in this murder, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you said it seems like Charlie Adelson is, obviously, huh?
Yes, ma'am.
And your children's father obviously is too, right? And you're caught in the middle of it? All right. And if you're collecting money from Charlie Adelson for no legitimate purpose, that looks suspicious. It looks like he's paying you or keeping you happy for your part in this murder, doesn't it?
Oh, that must be where Charlie got keeping her happy. Katie was always broke. The extortion never went up. I needed her protection.
No, ma'am.
Okay. If you're doing something to earn those payments, then that no longer would seem suspicious, right?
Well, I just don't understand when it's like you're talking about like the checks, right?
Right. If you're doing something to earn that money, that would no longer seem suspicious.
I'm not understanding your question.
My question is, you're telling this jury that you did something you set up some type of appointments for him, but it was not scheduling patients. The only thing that you can tell us today that you ever set up for him, though, is one time you
that I can
called
recall.
a website company to have his website, him to have an appointment with him for them to set up his website. Isn't that true?
That I can recall, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in that message, that's one of the ones that your attorney showed you it was an investigator Isom when he was on the stand the other day.
Yes, ma'am.
That was actually in August of 2014. That was a month before you started getting paychecks from the Adelson Institute, wasn't it?
What was the message?
Thank you, Amy, for the St. Augustine Fund.
About, hey, I called this person and he'll do your website. That was in August of 2014, wasn't
That's
it?
what the text message showed.
Okay. So that was before you ever received a paycheck from the Adelson Institute, wasn't it?
July, August,
If August is before September?
I believe so.
Okay.
I believe August is before September. I believe so. She's just not good at this game, is she? Bless her. You know. It's just, you shouldn't have got involved with this, Katie. And, ultimately, I think it's a shame that you're doing a life sentence and that you might never get out of jail and that your kids don't have a mother and everything like that. I think it's a real shame. But, it's because of you. I'm amazed that she got mistrial on the first trial, right? I mean, it's like, how did that happen? I know it's the girl with the purple hair who was anti-government or whatever, but lucky. Just goes to show you, though, it's always worth a shot, right? I guess.
Did you keep up with his schedule? I mean, you'd have to know his schedule to be able to schedule patients, right? Or to set up appointments for him, I mean.
That's what you keep talking about, like these appointments. I can't remember things that I was doing back in 2014.
I'm not asking
I didn't
any
have like a
specifics.
schedule
Right.
of his like daily activities and stuff. So I would just call him or he would call me if he needed me to do something.
Okay. Did you keep up with him, though, and his schedule in order to be able to make appointments for him?
Keep up with him, like see what his other
Know what's
appointments were.
going on with him. My boss is here today. He's there today. He's on vacation today. He's working this week. You would have to know his schedule in order to be able to set up appointments
I
for
don't
him,
know
right?
his definitive schedule at that time, but I mean, like I told you, he would just text me if he needed me to do something.
Okay. And how often would that be?
I don't recall.
Okay. I mean,
And on top of that, Carrie points out that Katie goes, and then for Katie to go in so confident for round 2. And on top of that, you're offered immunity, total blanket immunity. You walk free, no charges, case dropped. All you got to do is tell us everything. You're offered that on your first trial, you turn it down. You get a mistrial. And you are offered the same deal again. I mean, I would think it would be totally reasonable for the deal to change, the offer to change from the state for the second trial. It was like, listen, we were going to offer you blanket immunity. We're not now. We're going to offer you 15 years. You want it? Because if you don't want it, we're going to, hammer you down and you'll get a life sentence. What's it going to be? But no, she was offered full blanket immunity, total freedom from prosecution twice.
you would have some idea.
And I'm really not sure if I buy the whole thing about that Sigfredo was facing the death penalty. I don't think he was ever going to get the death penalty. There wasn't really major aggravators in the case. It was a standard hired hit. It wasn't, I mean, yeah, look, obviously it was cruel in nature, and things like that, but it wasn't, I don't think it would have qualified for a death penalty case. You need some serious aggravators. And we could argue whether they were there or not, but, if we look at a case that someone name a horrific death penalty case, well, you get the idea. If it's really fucking super sadistic and really cruel, then it's on the cards, right? If it's just shooting someone in the head, I'm not sure that that's enough, even in Florida. So yeah, I've never really bought the fact. I think that she was convinced through Charlie's attorneys speaking to her attorneys and saying, "Listen, we'll give you everything we need. Do not talk. Do not name us." You know, that has to be what was going on. Otherwise, why would she take the deal?
Yeah,
There could have been a threat or a promise of payment. I think it was Yindra who told us that Katie was genuinely worried about the safety of her children if Charlie sent someone to kill the kids. I mean, would that happen? I don't know. But yeah, the whole thing about her saying that, you know, later when she testified in the third trial, Charlie's trial, she was like, I couldn't take the deal because Sigfredo was facing the death penalty. I don't buy that. And I don't know why she's still saying that line. She really just should make a good deal. But how does that work with the state, you know? It's really awkward when you're making a deal with the state, isn't it? Because they can't promise you things up front because that undermines the validity of whatever statement you might make. So ultimately, you have to say everything you know before you're offered a good deal, right? I mean, roughly speaking, you know, obviously there's different circumstances, but
you would have some idea of what's going on with his work schedule if your job that you're getting paid $800 a month for is to set up appointments for him, right?
Like I said, I don't know how often he would text me. Whenever he would text me and he would ask me to do something, then I would do it. It was like odd jobs. It wasn't a specific, oh, call this patient or do this.
Okay. I mean, isn't it true?
Odd jobs. Yeah, odd jobs. He wanted me to, what are odd jobs? Like hanging a picture in the office?
You had no idea what was going on with his schedule to set up any type of appointment for him or his work, right?
I would just text him and be like, okay, are you going to be free for this, X, Y, and Z if I needed to, but not that I can recall.
I want to ask you about this text from October 2014, which is a month after you started
DJ Miller, welcome back, DJ Miller.
collecting paychecks from legal ailments to you send a message.
I think it was DJ Miller that gave us a really interesting comment the other day that created a thought in my head that I wanted to share on the channel. Let me see if I can dig that out.
To him where you say, how are you, by the way? How's work? And your love life? Didn't you say that?
That's what the text says.
Okay.
How are you, by the way? How's work? How's your love life? Doesn't that just sound like the sort of text that you would send to someone after having not seen them in quite a while? But she's saying, no, I was his personal assistant. Odd jobs.
The following year, you say, hey, I was going to text you, but I never know if you're on vacation or not at work. Didn't you say that?
I never... hang on. Where's the fuzzy?
The following year.
I was going to text you, but, I never know if you're on vacation or not at work. I was his personal assistant.
You say, hey, I was going to text you, but, I never know if you're on vacation or not at work. Didn't you say that?
That's what the text showed, yeah.
The following month, you text him and you say, and this is December in 2015, and you're getting checks from the Oakland Institute. So how's work? How's your office?
Okay.
So that's who did.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you were working as a personal assistant,
Making that money, only set up the one appointment that you can think of, and you're having to check in with him. How's work? How's your love life? What's going on with you? You're not keeping up with his schedule either, are you?
Like I said, I didn't have his definitive schedule of what he does. If he needs help and he needs to text me and needs me to do something, he'll text me and let me do something.
Well, you also said that you helped him with tenants of his properties.
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do with the properties?
He had a couple properties at that time.
Red and Right, was it? Red and Right says that the Markells are anti-death penalty. Well, okay, but that doesn't always dictate whether or not the state, what is the word, pursues the death penalty. That doesn't always dictate whether or not the state pursues the death penalty. Grant Armato, the case of Grant Armato, the guy that spent $200,000 of his parents' money sending to that Bulgarian cam model, and when they found out and put him in a sexual addiction rehab center, he left and still talked to the woman and killed his mother, father, and best brother, good buddy brother. Yeah, that guy. The remaining brother didn't want the death penalty. But the state did pursue it heavily. He didn't get it. He got life without parole. We should come back to that case. I'd like to start that case again from the beginning. It's a very, very good case.
I don't remember what location or where it is, but he had asked me to collect like the tenant's payment, the monthly payment. And like they had like washers and dryers there too, and like you'd have to open it up and like get like whatever coins are in there.
Okay, so you...
Wow, is that the glitz and glamour lifestyle that you envisaged when you entered into this, organized crime, setting up the hit, getting a load of money, driving the Lexus, driving the Ferrari? Yeah, I'd like you to go and collect all the coins from the washers and dryers.
You collected rent from these tenants?
Yes. Do you want me to look at it?
Just a moment.
Okay.
So I'm going to ask you about a prior statement that you made. I just gave you a transcript of that particular day.
Yes, ma'am.
Looking at page 58,
Got it?
line...
Hey, Susan Locke's back and looking good with that brand new membership star. Look at that fantastic membership star, Susan Locke. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And Gwen.
22 through 25.
Okay.
Okay. When you...
And Carla York. Carla York says, became interested in this case. My mother attended Florida State when it was an all-women's college, 1935 to 1940. Wow. An all-women's college. What, the whole thing? Yeah.
You were asked in October of 2019, would you be responsible for collecting rent? You said initially he wanted me to try to collect rent, but those tenants were so difficult, so I just didn't do it. Isn't that true?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you didn't actually collect rent.
No, he wanted me to collect it. Well, obviously here it says that I didn't.
Right. And today, though, you're saying...
Yeah, when we look at the records, it shows that I'm lying. If I was Judge Wheeler sitting on this cross-examination, I'd have ended it. I'd have just been, this is a waste of time. Jury, are you ready to deliberate? Yes? Okay.
that you did.
I said he wanted to. He wanted me to collect. I don't even remember what I just said.
Right, I just asked you if you collected.
But killer or no, I like it when we see a little bit of humanity in Katie. When she laughs and giggles at her own bad fish head memory. We just... it's a little lighthearted.
Isn't that true?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you didn't actually collect rent?
No, he wanted me to collect it. Well, obviously here it says that I didn't.
Right. And today, though, you're saying that you did.
I said he wanted to. He wanted me to collect. I don't even remember.
God damn it! Is fish head a racial slur for Asians? I didn't mean it like that. I meant like a bad memory. I really didn't mean that.
What I just said.
Right. I just asked you if you collected rent, and you said you did.
Well,
and that was a lie, wasn't it?
I just said I didn't in this testimony.
Okay. And if you said that you collected rent from him today, and you previously said that you did not collect rent from his tenants, he wanted you to do it, but you never did it. That's a lie, right?
I should have told you to refresh my memory instead of saying that.
Okay. Was that a yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So she's just said, yes, it was a lie. The jury's going to love that. Let's see that again. I mean, that was a great chess move from Sarah Dugan. And it doesn't take much with Katie Magbanua, right? I mean, a 4-year-old could checkmate this broad.
I said he wanted to. He wanted me to.
But those tenants were so difficult, so I just didn't do it. Isn't that true?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you didn't actually collect rent.
No, he wanted me to collect it. Well, obviously here it says that I didn't.
Right. And today, though, you're saying that you did.
I said he wanted to. He wanted me to collect. I don't even remember what I just said.
Right. I just asked you if you collected rent, and you said you did.
Well,
and that was a lie, wasn't it?
I just said I didn't in this testimony.
Okay. And if you said that you collected rent from him today, and you previously said that you did not collect rent from his tenants, he wanted you to do it, but you never did it. That's a lie, right?
I should have told you to refresh my memory instead of saying that.
Okay. Was that a yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Ouch. And she looks at Tara Kawas.
Why did he do this favor for you? To give you over $17,000 over the course of a year and a half from him and his parents' business.
I needed to do it for the insurance for my kids, and I had to put it on a bracket so that I can apply for that.
I understand why you needed it. Why would he do that for you? That's my question.
Because he had a business. He had that office.
Right, but you're not doing a service for him, though, right? You only set up the one appointment, and you didn't actually collect rent from the tenants. So why would he do this for you if you're not actually earning that money?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
I asked him for that favor for the insurance.
I understand why you needed it.
I don't know.
My question is, why did he do it for you?
I don't know, ma'am.
Isn't it because he's keeping you happy because you did a really big favor for him in July of 2014?
No, ma'am.
And you did hang that over his head, though, sometimes, didn't you?
Hang what over
The fact
his
that
head?
you had done a really big favor for him.
Not that I could recall.
Here, this is part of a conversation you're gonna have with him. You say, I know you're busy, and every time I speak to you, it's like you have an attitude. I know you're overwhelmed by everything that you're doing. This is in April 2015. Don't worry.
I guess the reason that she's on the stand is that Tara Kawas thought it important that because she's a young, small woman, mother, young kids, one of them with special needs, that it would be a sympathy trigger, right? That's what they're going for. I mean, because there's absolutely zero value for Katie in testifying. She's not good on the stand. She's only there to try and get the jury to say, look, we can't. I think in the first trial, it was because Sigfredo and Katie were tried together that one of the jury members was like, listen, I can't take both parents away from the kids. That must be the reason she's on the stand.
Got it. I'll just ask him myself, and then you send him a website, and then you say, that's the website. Next time, don't be such a bitch.
Just a reminder, folks, we've got a goal at the top of the chat for reading the entire Wendy Adelson novel, This Is Our Story, live on the air. Well, it may not be live, but yeah, we'll put the whole book up as an audiobook. Why not? I mean, that would be great for me and you. I think we should do it. Yeah, help us achieve our goal at the top of the chat. And also, if you want to support the channel, a great way to do that is on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix. Links in the description.
Right?
Okay.
What did you do for him?
I don't know what he was referring to.
I mean, you weren't doing much of anything for him, right? He was the one giving you all this money.
And I told you it was, I did the whole purpose for that was for the insurance for my children.
I know, but my point is, he hadn't done anything for you. You were the one he was the one paying you the money. You weren't doing anything for him. He was doing everything for you, right?
He was doing that as a favor for me.
Right.
Yeah.
So what are you talking about here? That's something that you've done for him.
Do you have the rest of the text? Because that's just like a portion.
It doesn't say that
remember.
day. You're just talking about he's being mean to you, and you're saying don't be such a dick to someone who's done something for you.
Yeah, I don't know what I was referring to.
Okay. And that favor, you say it was to get insurance, and you're talking about Medicaid is what you were trying to get?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you get insurance through Medicaid, I mean, the taxpayers are paying for that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. That's all of us,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
Okay. And there's nothing wrong with that. A lot of people need Medicaid. It's a serious thing, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But you were getting Medicaid at the same time that you were paying thousands and thousands of dollars in cash for a boob job, right?
I've already saved up for that.
Whenever there's a boob job in a trial, it's a risk, right? And when there's a risk, the jury is sitting there going, this is our taxpayers' money. Oh.
That was a long-term, like for the insurance was a long-term for my son because he has a disability.
I understand you said that, but I'm just saying you
And
were
you-
getting Medicaid at the same time that you were paying thousands and thousands of dollars in cash for a boob job, right?
That I've saved up for, yes, ma'am.
Okay. You had a...
Yeah, does anyone know? Victoria Girl says, crossing Katie is like pulling teeth. Sorry, Metrix, for the analogy, because I've definitely got to have a tooth pulled out. Maybe even more than one. But what are my options here, folks? Does anyone know? Because as far as I understand it, I can either just leave a gap in my mouth, which will be weird, or to put like a fake tooth is like expensive. But then if there's nothing there, do the rest of the teeth like spread out and I'm going to be like toothless Jimmy? I don't know what to do. It's very stressful. On top of the idea of submitting in the chair to the man with the pliers. Maybe we should have made Carrie the pliers. Amy, you can be the pliers, okay? We've got Carrie's the tape measure, Udi's the wrench, Neville's the hammer. Well, Neville doesn't seem to like the hammer. You can be one of those big soft hammers, Neville. You know, what do you call it? A rubber mallet.
You say you saved up for it, but you had a habit of depositing money into the bank. We saw all your cash deposits by day, and you deposit, I mean, sometimes multiple deposits every day in the bank of different cash in different banks.
Yes, ma'am.
In cash. Okay. So you make all those deposits in cash every day, sometimes at different banks, multiple times a day, right?
At different banks at the same day?
Yeah, you deposit a lot of cash in the bank. You do it
Okay, so here's some dental advice from you guys. A root canal. I have no idea what that is, but it sounds terrifying. A crown. I don't think I can get a crown on this particular tooth because half of it's gone already. An implant. I think implant is really expensive. A bridge. Again, I have no idea what that is. And I don't like the super expensive thing. That's not gonna suit me at all. Okay, we're going cheap. You know, I thought about just tying a thread, one end to my tooth and the other to the dog, and taking her to the park.
Sometimes it's not just like a once a month thing. You do it almost daily. Sometimes you do it at multiple different banks in a day.
If that's what the records show, I don't remember what I was doing at that
But
time.
you're saying for this particular breast augmentation.
Some people say to me, they say, "Hey, Metrix, when you comment about Charlie Adelson's shady business practices, you know," I can't remember how they phrased it, but they were like, "Is this a case of it takes one to know one or something?" And maybe it is, you know. But this whole thing about Katie thinking she's super smart by going to multiple banks in the same day to deposit smaller amounts of money, that's no good, okay? You need to connect that money with a real world situation. A receipt for selling a vehicle that doesn't exist, or something that you can just look legitimate enough to the bank that they don't look into you. That's what you need to do, you know. It's very simple.
You did not deposit that money. You kept that at home.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And it was just all the other money that you had, you deposited in the bank, except for that.
I've already saved up for my breast augmentation.
So that's a yes. You deposited all your other money into the bank except for the cash for the breast augmentation.
Whenever I would have money with me and I would, from working from the club, then I would save up and then I'd deposit whatever I had.
Charlie Adelson, he also gave you other gifts, right? Besides just, that wasn't the only benefit being on the Adelson Institute payroll. I mean, he paid for a trip to Santo Domingo for you, right?
And the kids?
Okay, and that's the Dominican Republic, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and that was in 2015 after you and Charlie Adelson broke up?
If that's what the record shows, I don't remember what date it was.
Okay.
Oh my God, Christina. Okay, well, this is turning into the Metrix dentist show, but Christina says, "Metrix, don't leave the gap. All your teeth will shift. Your teeth are worth everything in terms of your health and looks, and you use your voice for a living. Don't do nothing." That's what I'm worried about, right? All the teeth will shift, because if there's space, then there's nothing to like keep them in place, right? And eventually, yeah. Well, if you know, if it's $800 like Carrie's root canal here, there's no way I can afford that. Fuck. Oh, very stressful. I mean, in England we used to have dental on the NHS, the National Health Service, but they took that away, and I don't live there anyway, so. Yeah. Maybe I should fly to Brazil or Istanbul or Morocco. They have excellent dentists in all of those places and they're super cheap. Or maybe when I come to Florida we could just go down to Mexico. I don't know.
And he also...
Okay, Christina. Yeah, finance is not something that's available to me, even in the... like, there's... Yeah. that's just not in my world, you know?
offered to send you and your mom a cruise, right?
Where am I looking
In
at?
October of 2015.
Well, maybe we should do an appeal on buymeacoffee.com for Metrix dental work. If you want to support Metrix dental work, buy us a coffee and a pair of pliers on buymeapairofpliers.com. Link in the description /True Crime Metrix. It's actually buymeacoffee.com. Yeah, I'm getting worried now. I'm going to have to go to a dentist and sort this out. Anyway, I'm sorry to jam you all up with my personal oral problems.
Because I didn't go on a cruise with my mom, so.
Okay. You're talking to him about
By the way, what are people feeling about this? I mean, I'm not 100% sure whether we should do this whole video. I mean, it really is, as far as I remember, there's no big, like, major development. It's just pretty much the same throughout. Sarah Dugan asks tough questions. Katie doesn't have an answer. Katie gets exposed in her lies, and that's pretty much it. If someone wants to change the video, suggest in the comments with an icon like the Thunderbolt, and we will consider it. But it has to be Adelson related, because we are in Adelson week.
He says, where do you want to take your mom? You say, I want to do something for my mom. Let me see if she has days off on Thanksgiving. He says, so I think it would be super cool for you to go, just you and your mom, Friday through Monday on the Norwegian cruise. Does that work for you? Let's look at dates. Right?
I guess so, but I never went on a cruise with my mom, so.
And he says, do you want me to get a cruise for you and your mom in 2015?
I guess so, but I never went on a cruise with my mom.
Okay, that's not what I asked. He offered to buy you and your mom.
If that's what was on the text, then yes.
He would also give you cash. Sometimes you would text him, ask for help, ask for loans, you needed cash.
If that's what the text says.
Well, he would give you cash, right?
If you can show me the text message.
Okay. In May of 2015, you say, by the way, I have a shitload of things to pay for. I need a little help with tuition and crap this summer. I have to stop my weekend job. I hate asking. You said, oh, Lindsay, whatever you need. You say it's just tight this month. And that's on May 20th of 2015, right?
Yes, ma'am. Oh, I'm sorry. It's loud.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, I think that too, Neverly darling. She does act a little hoity-toity, like she's meeting the Queen of England or something. You know, it's like, what the fuck? Just give us the ghetto. We want the ghetto. Maybe we should go to her wiretaps. Where was the wiretap with Sigfredo's mother? Was that on Fancy Fiction's channel? That was quite good. When she was saying, like, I could go and let them throw money into my vagina. She's calling up, like, Sigfredo's mother, complaining about him. And, like, I can't even remember the context. I remember that quote, though.
And then
When you look at State Exhibit 81B, all your daily cash deposits, and a couple of days after that, on May 26th of 2015, you deposit $1,400 in cash, right?
That's what the record shows.
Okay. So you asked him for help, and he gave you cash. Isn't that true?
That's what the record shows.
Who is Sully?
That's the mechanic.
Okay. So Sully and
Your attorney was asking earlier about a Sully Mech, M-E-C-H. That was in Charlie Adelson or Sigfredo's call list, right?
Yes,
Sully is a mechanic. Mech is the first 4 letters of mechanic, right?
Yes,
Okay. And how did you find out about Sully?
that was somebody that Charlie used for his mechanic.
Charlie referred you to Sully to fix cars when you were having car trouble, right?
Yeah, when like if the Lexus was having issues or like my Mazda was having issues.
Right. And so you got the Lexus fixed with Sully, right? And your Mazda. Sully fixed. Sully
Yeah,
fixed.
he's fixed it. He's fixed it before.
Okay. And Sully is the mechanic for Eco-Friendly Shop.
Yes, ma'am.
That's the name of the
Body shop.
the body shop.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you got work done with Sully, Charlie Adelson would pay for it.
No, I believe I paid for the, unless you have a text that shows otherwise, but I paid for payments for the Lexus getting fixed because it kept breaking down on me.
Okay. And your Mazda broke down a couple of times, right?
I believe so, yeah, because
Okay.
I got in a car accident.
At least some of these times, though, Charlie paid for it.
I don't know which times, but if you have the text message for it.
All right. Here in October, he's saying, I just got a call with Sully for you. I just spoke to Sully. It needs to be done. It has to be done in Mazda. He said it should be about 1,200. You're, upset that it's 1,200. He says, I'll pay it for you, smiley face. And that was in October of 2015.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I was trying to read what was like after the text
No
message.
problem. That's after you got back together with Sigfredo Garcia.
Of 2015?
Right.
Yeah, I believe I was already with him.
Okay. And Sigfredo Garcia would drive the Lexus too, right?
Every now and then.
Okay.
We'd switch sometimes.
Okay, Victoria says do tomorrow. Yeah. Maybe. I don't know. I kind of feel like Tamara deserves her own thumbnail because she's smoking hot. And also, I love Tamara's interview, but it's a little less, it's more insightful than hilarious, There's not much to poke fun at. I want to do it, but I think we'll do it as a separate show. How about okay, what is Amy saying? Maybe we should stick with Sarah and listen to her opening in one of the trials. Did she open for Charlie? She did, but again, I'm not so sure if that's going to be a good, in terms of commentary. Just got to get through these comments, guys. Wow, 1,500. Do you think that'll do it, Christina? Maybe we should make that our goal. That's like 3 months' money for me, Yeah, I have a very modest lifestyle. But no boss. Hey, I did it. No boss. I'm the boss of myself, not anyone else. I'm not interested in that. Okay, people are really liking Tamara. Ryan Fitzpatrick. That could be interesting. Macho sapien. All right. You girls, you got it. You found it. That's what we're doing. We'll go to the wiretaps. Ryan Fitzpatrick. Testimony. Just trying to find the good point. Or June. I never get bored of listening to June. Oh, God damn it. I really, really need to put in the hours and go through all 3 Adelson trials and pull out the testimonies of each witness and upload them and label them. You know, it's just so hard to find things. I think this is the one. Well, there's Jeff. Stressing out. Well, Mentor Lawyer's got one here. We'll try that, but it's only 20 minutes long. I think he's up there for longer than that. But in the interests of not leaving you guys hanging, we'll go with Mentor. Thank you, Mentor. Oh, hang on. Our moderator, Amy, has just sent a link. What is this? Oh, okay. Yeah, this is what I got. Thank you, Amy. Great minds. Great minds.
Patrick, please approach the witness stand. Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? Yes, sir. You may take your seat.
Sir, please say your name and spell your name.
Ryan Fitzpatrick, RyanFitzpatrick.
Where do you live, sir?
Lantana, Florida.
And what line of work are you in?
I'm in roofing now.
Okay. Do you or did you...
Yeah, sure. I'm in roofing now. My voice descended by 18 octaves when I got into roofing. Has anyone seen my tool belt?
At some time have a relationship with Charlie Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you guys friends?
Yes, ma'am.
How close were you?
Very close.
What time frame were you close friends with Charlie Adelson?
From about the time that I moved to South Florida in around about 2012. And then as years passed, we grew a lot closer.
Until when?
Till about 2018, 19-ish.
All right. Did you spend a lot of time together?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you talk to him daily?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know his family?
Yes, ma'am.
Meet his girlfriends?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Do you see him here in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Would you point him out and describe what he's wearing?
Blue suit, light blue tie, white shirt.
Let the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
The record will reflect.
Was the defendant, Mr. Adelson, very close to his sister Wendy?
Yes, ma'am.
If you know, how did the Adelson family feel about Dan Markell?
Not fond.
And did that include?
Yeah, not fond. That's the nice way to put it. The other way to put it would be seething, burning, raging hatred. Not fond. Not fond is like when you go to a restaurant that you don't like, but it's convenient. It's very close by, right? And it's possible. It's not going to be great, but it's affordable. It's near. I'm not fond. Dan Markel was not that restaurant.
Charlie Adelson,
Yes, ma'am.
I mentioned the girlfriends. Did Mr. Adelson have a lot of girlfriends?
Yes, ma'am.
Was one of them Catherine Magbanua?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever have an occasion to meet her?
I think in passing I might have met her once or twice, but I didn't have a personal relationship with her, no.
Did she stand out to you as being someone special or of more importance to him than any of the other women in his life?
Objection leading.
Abstain. Please rephrase your.
What do you mean? He was going to say no. You could tell from his expression on his face. Did you see? He was like, what, are you joking? Are you kidding?
Did you ever have an occasion to meet her?
I think in passing I might have met her once or twice, but I didn't have a personal relationship with her, no.
Did she stand out to you as being someone special or of more importance to him than any of the other women in his life?
Yeah, right. Was his was going to be his statement. It's not leading if he's going to disagree.
Objection leading.
Abstain. Please rephrase your question.
It's a yes or no question. Did she stand out to him as being somehow special or different from the other women in his life?
No, ma'am.
Are you familiar with the defendant's practice of stapling his money?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know the denominations or how he would staple it?
10 100s would be 1,000. Easier to count that way.
Yeah, easier to count if you're fucking loaded, right? I wouldn't even have $1,000. Like, I want to count in ones, okay? That's more effective for me. Maybe I should staple. Well, we don't have $1 bills here. We have 5. I'll staple 2 5s together, and maybe I'll have $50.
The time that Dan Markel was murdered, how did you learn of the murder?
I can't remember. They never spoke about it, so.
And when you say they never spoke about it, who was
The
that?
family never spoke of it.
So you didn't learn about the murder from your close friend?
I do not believe so, no. Not directly.
Right after the murder, did Mr. Adelson tell you that his girlfriend, Catherine Magbanua, was extorting money out of him?
No, ma'am.
Does that seem like something he would have mentioned to you?
Yes, ma'am, probably. I imagine so.
When law enforcement, posing as a thug, approached his mother in what we're referring to as the bump, did he tell you about that?
I don't recall, no, ma'am.
He didn't tell you that he thought that the person that approached his mother was either the FBI or someone posing as Rivera's brother?
I can't remember if Charlie directly said that to me or not, so,
Hey, thanks so much, Victoria Girl, for contributing very generously to the dental fund. Man, it'd be great to just go to the dentist and say, listen, help me, okay? Help me. Just do what you do. Make me smile.
I don't know. It's been so long.
Okay. Did he ever make a statement to you about murder?
Charlie, as you've heard in testimony and depots, he made a lot of tasteless jokes, and he said something along the lines of, you can get away with anything, you can get away with murder if you keep your mouth shut.
When was that statement?
It's so funny because by saying that statement, you can get away with murder if you keep your mouth shut, he's not keeping his mouth shut. And as we know, he never does.
Made.
Jeez, years ago.
Before or after this murder?
It would be after.
Was his behavior after, are you familiar with the arrest that occurred in May? May of 2016, I should have clarified.
Katie's arrest?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
And did his behavior change at that point?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he seem relieved and less stressed out after she got...
Yeah, did he seem relieved and less stressed out after she got arrested? Or did he feel like the entire walls of the castle were crumbling around him?
Arrested?
No, ma'am, he did not.
What was his demeanor after her arrest?
Nervousness, agitation, stress.
So he seemed to get more stressed out after she was apprehended.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello, Kimber. How you doing? Good to see you. Hope your snow boots are dried out.
Was he weird like that before, like between the time of the murder and the time of Catherine Magbanua's arrest?
To say he was weird.
Like that, like the
no,
behaviors you just
no,
described.
ma'am.
Was he starting to act like Howard Hughes? When you visited his residence, would you observe a large collection of jars of urine that he would keep?
Not that weird.
All right, and are you familiar with some barbed wire that he had around his residence?
No, but I kind of like that idea.
Did you, when was the last time?
Why does he like that idea? Because it's like a prison? Because Ryan hates Charlie now, right? Because of the bad business deal. You know. Maybe we should bring Ryan on the show. You know, he was very nice to give me a special mention. I also want to produce a Macho Sapien t-shirt and mug, and I intend to send one of each to Ryan Fitzpatrick free of charge. You know, it would be good to have him on the show.
You were at his residence at, the name is escaping me, Whale Harbor.
It would had to have been around probably the summer of 2018.
Okay. And when you were out there, when you were at his residence in the summer of 2018, did y'all use the pool area?
Yes, ma'am.
He's got a nice grotto-style pool out there.
Very nice, yes, ma'am.
And did you observe when you were out there barbed wire around this perimeter of the pool?
No, I don't think so. No, ma'am.
All right. What about?
Yeah, that's just what you want when you're lying in your bathing suit in your grotto. Excuse me. In your grotto-style pool, just, you know, some razor wire and maybe an attack dog.
Weapons. Did Charlie Adelson frequently carry or have weapons around him?
Charlie had a gun, yes.
Where did the gun stay, if you know? On his person, in the safe, bedside table?
I mean, I didn't know what his regular practice was, but I can imagine he would put it by his bed when he slept.
All right. Was that just the one gun that you were aware of, or did he have a bunch of guns?
I believe he had more, but I can't testify to that.
Okay. So when you were in the residence, there weren't guns laid out in the residence?
Not like my house, no.
Did you have a falling out?
Oh, Christina, what must I do? Metrix, you must, but I'm just catching up to the chat. So I've lost the context. Patricia Burns, my partner in arson. Welcome back, Patricia Burns.
Out of some kind with Mr. Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
When did that occur?
I would say about the last time that I recall vaguely being at his residence, probably about the summer of 2018.
Whoa.
Okay, and you guys have...
Hey, that was a big one. We just got a Ulysses Grant from our good friend DB's RN3. A small donation given with love and appreciation to the True Crime Dental Fund. Many blessings to you all. Love, Mimi. Why can't I give 50 instead of 49.99? I've always been a decimal man. We're 1 cent away from a Ulysses Grant, but thank you so much, DBs, for that fantastic, generous donation to the Metrix Dental Fund. You make me smile.
Filed lawsuits against each other or just one direction?
Charlie had filed a lawsuit against myself and others. It's since been dismissed. So.
All right, and so you don't like the guy anymore? Fair to say?
I mean, he's not a big fan. No.
Okay. And have you said some ugly things about him on social media and that sort of thing?
I've said it to him.
All right. And are you here to try to bring him down?
No, I don't want to be here at all.
Were you here pursuant to a subpoena?
Yes, ma'am.
One moment, please.
So what does that mean, really, to be subpoenaed? Does it mean that you will be committing an offence if you don't show up? I mean, didn't they send Donna or Harvey a subpoena, or Charlie in the other trials? I mean, if they did, they obviously were able to refuse. And with Wendy, it was conditional on her deal about derivative use immunity. So if Ryan Fitzpatrick has received a subpoena, doesn't want to be here at all, just from that, it seems like he's coming here against his will because he needs to, because he's received a subpoena. So why would it be? I mean, if anyone has the knowledge, please do share it in chat, because I would love to know that detail.
I do.
And hey, Harley D, how you doing? Good to see you. Oh, and here's a tough one. Our local alien. Wow. Our local alien X. Welcome back, our local alien.
Alright, I'm going to approach. When was this? Do you know?
Kim says, barbed wire around the pool is a red flag to me. It would be to me as well, Kim, for sure.
Did you give a deposition in this case previously?
In Catherine's case, yes.
Back in 2021?
I believe so, yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm gonna approach and have you read page 46 and 47.
One moment, Mr. Roosevelt.
There's no question, so I don't know if she's refreshing.
Yeah, I'm gonna refresh your recollection with your deposition.
There's been no question to refresh.
Ms. Cumberland, please ask the question.
Did you say that he told you about the bump?
If I said it there, then I said it there. I mean, it's just been years, so it's hard to recall.
I understand.
And I'm tired.
Would it refresh your recollection to review the deposition to see exactly what you said?
Yes, ma'am, it would.
All right, page 46 and 47. And you can scroll.
Hey, look, sorry, we've been missing the thank yous on the coffees, guys. Thank you so much to Mary, Mary Bartlett, DBs, Laura, Red and Right, and Mary again on buymeacoffee.com. We usually have the notifications pop up on the stream. Why is that not happening? Maybe I wasn't logged in or something. Thank you so much, guys, for the support on buymeacoffee.com/TrueCrimeMetrix. Very kind of you to contribute to the Metrix Dental Funds. That's very, very kind of you guys. Thank you so much.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, ma'am.
So did Mr. Adelson tell you about the extortion attempt on his mother in 2016?
Yes, ma'am.
But definitely never told you about Catherine Magbanua extorting him in 2014?
No, ma'am.
Or 2015?
No, ma'am.
No further questions?
Cross examine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Victoria Girl says, we can get Metrix is tooth fixed during this live. We're well on the way. It's been a good live today. Thanks so much for the dental support, guys. Very kind of you.
You met Katie once or twice, right? Magbanua?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
You didn't know her personally?
No, sir, I did not.
But Charlie mentioned to you that the father of Katie's kids tried to run him off the road?
Yes, sir.
Tried to kill him?
Yes, sir.
And that was in 2014?
Vaguely, yes, sir. If that's what I testified to, then yes.
Charlie talks a lot, right?
Indeed, he does.
Well, when I talked a lot, and when T was behind what happened to me, I talked a lot. There's so many great sound bites. Tomorrow's the day that I'm going to listen to all of Charlie Adelson's testimony, direct, cross, redirect. I guess if I do it on 2 times speed, I could get through it in a day. And I'm cutting out all of the things where he says what happened to me. We're going to have a 5-minute video. And also, guys, good news. We have had it verified. We have found Wendy Adelson's house in Austin, Texas. We've got pictures. We're sharing them tomorrow on a short video in the middle of the day, or early morning for you guys in the East or the West. Well, you guys in the West will still be asleep. But, yeah, I mean, it's a horrible house. It's a really horrible house. And we also have found the house of Bree Price and her arrest report from her recent driving under the influence charge, which is very interesting, revealing. So we will be showing that tomorrow. Maybe we should share that to our Patreon members first. All 4 of them. But, we do need to start doing more things on Patreon. Early access, special content, so on. If that's your game, if you can't get enough Adelson's shit, come to Patreon, sign up to a membership and tell us what you want, and we will provide it. That's what we do.
Repeats himself a ton, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, I think Ms. Kappelman just refreshed your memory that you were aware of the bump, that Charlie told you about the bump.
Yes, sir.
Okay. By the way, did you communicate with Charlie on WhatsApp?
Yes, sir.
Do you ever talk about murder on WhatsApp with him?
No, sir.
Okay. Now we're rocking with those coffee notifications. Those are just tests that I'm sending up here, guys. But we won't miss another one. So thank you so much to the people that already contributed on buymeacoffee.com for the Metrix Dental Fund. And if you want to, and if anyone else wants to contribute, we won't miss a beat on buymeacoffee.com/truecrimemetrics.
Ms. Kappelman asked you about whether Charlie started to act nervous at the time of around Katie's arrest. Do you recall those questions?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that shortly before her arrest, law enforcement released an affidavit calling for Charlie's arrest, which the state attorney refused?
What? I don't understand your question.
Are you aware that there was an affidavit that was released by law enforcement calling for Charlie's arrest?
I believe there was like a probable cause or excuse me, or something like that. Yes, sir.
Okay, so Amy says that this is in response to my questions about the subpoena. Amy works in the public defender's office, so she's got the knowledge. She says you have no choice but to go testify in court. Okay, so what are the consequences if you refuse? I mean, they're not going to be severe, are they? You might, what could they give you 30 days in jail, or like what? I mean, what is the deal? And even if you are called to the stand, they can't make you say anything. You could say, I don't recall to everything, or you could say nothing. I mean, it just seems like one of those parts of the system where it only works if people comply, and most people are geared to comply when there's a judge sitting above you. But not everybody. So was Charlie never issued a subpoena in the previous trials before his arrest? Or there was only one trial in this matter before his arrest. He was already arrested by the time Katie's retrial came up. Yeah, you have no choice but to testify in court. Well, what are they going to do? I mean, they're not going to give you 5 years. Thank you so much, Christina, for those 5 coffees. Love it, Christina. Thank you. Very generous.
And that was broadcast to the entire world, right?
It was broadcast, yes, sir.
Okay. And that was back in 2004.
See, I like Ryan. Ryan's got a good head on him, really. Is he a great guy? I don't know. Is he shady? Maybe. But, you know, when Daniel Rashbaum says something like, and that was broadcast to the entire world, right? He's got a good enough head on him to say, well, it was broadcast. I can't speak to the entire world. I mean, that's not even a question that you should be asking in a legal setting. It's ridiculous.
14, correct?
I believe so, yes, sir, if that's when it happened.
I'm sorry, that was back in 2016, correct?
Yes, sir.
At the time that he started to act kind of weird.
Yes, sir.
Also around that time, there were 60 Minutes, 2020, and Dateline specials, right?
Yes, sir.
And there was also this bump, right?
Yes, sir.
And after Katie's arrest, there was even more suggestion that Charlie somehow had some role in this, right?
Yes, sir.
Thanks again, Victoria Girl. Sweetheart, Dental Fund.
By the way, you continued to be friends with him after that, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, isn't it true that you stole from Charlie?
No, not at all.
Okay. It's not true that you took checks that were supposed to be made out to the business and took them for yourself?
That's alleged in a lawsuit that's been dismissed, so.
Was that lawsuit dismissed because Charlie Adelson got arrested in this case?
I don't know why I never hired an attorney, because I wasn't worried about it.
When was it dismissed? After his arrest in this case or before?
I found out last week, so I don't know. I don't care.
Do you think it was dismissed after he was arrested in this case?
That's speculation on your part. I have no idea. I didn't think about it. Didn't lose any sleep over it.
Was a lawsuit for hundreds of thousands of dollars?
About $2 million. But I don't have that anyway, so I didn't worry about it.
Before he filed that lawsuit, he demanded that you repay him, right?
I guess.
Thanks, Neverly and Tracy, again for those coffees. Just seen those guys. Thank you so much. Must have been just before we fixed the pop-up.
That's what he says.
Well, did he text you and demand repayment?
Yeah.
He said he was going to start taking what you owed him out of your paychecks. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
And you didn't like that?
No.
So you threatened if he tried to recover any of the stolen money for you, you would go to law enforcement and tell them that that he was involved in Professor Markel's murder.
I don't know if that's what I said verbatim at all.
Well, let's see if I can refresh your memory.
This is Dan Rashbaum's whole thing, you know. This is a display to the jury. Let's see if I can refresh your memory. Then storms over to his desk, like all 4 feet of him, you know, storms over to his desk, grabs this huge file. It only looks so big because he's so small, and then comes back, you know. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna refresh it. It's all blank paper. It's all blank sheets of paper. There's nothing in there. Look, even George is laughing at him. He's like, what the fuck? You got nothing in that file. There's nothing in there. Let's see it again. Let's see if I can refresh your memory. Boom, 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 boom.
Cover any of the stolen money for you, you would go to law enforcement and tell them that that he was involved in Professor Markel's murder.
I don't know if that's what I said verbatim at all.
Well, let's see if I can refresh your memory. What exhibit are we up to? Do you recall saying to Dr. Charlie Adelson, I don't owe you shit. I'll be on the phone with the FBI today. Get your affairs in order before prison, punk. You're going to rot in jail, you mom, fag. Do you recall saying that?
If you're reading it, then I did.
You open your mouth and I will open mine.
You mom, fag. Is there a merch product in there? I think there might be. I'm just going to take a note. You mom, fag. Oh. Or is that like a homo slur? I don't know. Maybe we can do something with it. But I won't if it's going to be offensive. I just think it's funny shit, what's his name? Ryan would say that, because that's so true. I mean, it really is. Oh, thank you so much, Christina, for those coffees. Again. Or did I already say that? Well, I'm saying it again. Thank you, Christina.
Watch, motherfucker. You're a miserable Jew and you're going to get what you deserve. Do you recall saying that?
If you're reading it, then I said it.
And thank you, Sonny. Thank you, Sonny. Enjoying Adelson week. Can't wait for the jail calls. Oh, we've got a bunch coming. And we've got... Okay, this is... Listen, we promised Adelson week, but in assessing it, we're 3 days in, and there's so much to get through. I think it's going to be more like Adelson month, okay? And maybe we're going to have more than one Adelson month before Donna's trial, because there's just so much to get to. This is what we've got coming. We've got, okay, what have we got coming? We've got a bunch of unreleased, never before seen wiretap communications. We're going to be releasing those on demand. And what else have we got going? We've got a bunch of other stuff coming. I was listing it earlier. I've forgotten. We're reading Wendy's book, but that's a sideline project as well. We've got the Uvia dinner to cover. We've got the Father's Day weekend trip to the beach to cover. We've got a shoot-down video of all the stupid-ass theories that people talk about for no fucking reason. Like the credit card thing with the, Donna was sitting in the Icon and monitoring Wendy's online banking account. And whether Wendy went to the gas station or the liquor store, that would be a clue. And the clue would mean that either proceed with the hit or don't proceed with the hit, depending on where she made the charge cut. Which is, what fucking planet are you on? Other people say things like, yes, I think Wendy drove down Trescott because she wanted to be the one to find the body. Yeah? Do you? And why is that? Why is that? That's ridiculous. It's not part of this at all. So, whether people out there on this channel that follow me agree with my strong opinions or not, I will be making them. And yeah, we can all talk about it. We'll keep it friendly. But there's a bunch of other stuff as well. What have we got? Oh, yeah, you'll see. It's going to be Adelson month. We're doing it. That's what it is, and we're doing it.
I dare you to threaten me again. I'll be on the phone with the FBI before you blink, you murderer. Do you remember saying that?
Yep.
Get fucked. I'm going to get you in jail. Do you remember saying that?
I guess, if it's in there.
You ever heard of a website on Facebook called True Crimes Blog? True Crime.
Hey, Patricia Burns. Is a homeless dude a hobo sapien? Wow, love it.
Case, the Dan Markel case, let's discuss. You ever heard of that?
Yes.
You're just posting pictures of Charlie on that website this week, right?
I don't know.
You want me to show you them?
What difference does it make?
Hey, I think. Look, we're about to close off on Ryan's testimony here. Who thinks we should go to Shadrick Nobles? Maybe we should go to Shadrick Nobles. What about it, guys? Let's get some thumbs ups. Let's get some likes on the video and do some Shadrick Nobles. Maybe.
What does that have to do with anything?
May I approach, Your Honor? Does this refresh your recollection of a picture you posted of Charlie on that website just days ago?
Yeah, it's a good picture.
You say you have nothing to gain from this case and you don't really care and you don't want to be here, right?
Right.
Just on Tuesday, do you recall writing to someone, I want to propose a wager. Let's see who gets involved. The over and under on Life Plus. Laugh out loud.
Yeah.
Yeah. You posted on there that you were going to help get this man a life imprisonment, right?
I don't know that it suggested that I was helping him do anything. I was just speaking my opinion, which that's free speech, and that's what all the other idiots on that thing do as well. So,
I want to propose a wager. over under on life plus. That's what you said.
Yeah.
No further questions.
Move to strike Mr. Rashbaum's commentary to the extent it's on the record.
Sustained, members of the jury, you are to disregard the last statement concerning from Mr. Rauschbaum as to the post on the social media site.
No question, Your Honor.
You may step down.
Thank you.
Please call your next witness.
Should we approach on that one, Your Honor?
You may.
Oh. Okay, Murder by Maestro looks like he's got a good cut of Shadrick Nobles with a little bit of context given by Lis Rivera. I think we'll play that. Thank you, Murder for Maestro.
Yes, sir.
The death penalty was waived.
Yes, sir.
Other charges were waived, like conspiracy to commit murder, right?
Yes, sir.
Solicitation to commit murder.
Yes,
I
sir.
can't.
Possession of a firearm by a convicted
Full
felon.
screen.
Yes, sir.
You
fuck?
possessed firearms
Hang on.
in this case, and they gave you a pass on those charges as well, too.
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that in the state of Florida, there's a minimum mandatory penalty for a convicted felon?
It's not full screening. Why not? Copy. What the hell? Okay, so we need to go to another link.
Possessing a gun.
Yes, I do.
They also
What the hell? Okay, so we need to... Wow, now we're in an infinity loop. Okay.
possessing a gun.
Hold on.
Commit murder.
Yes, sir.
Possession of a firearm by a
Lis Rivera rented the Prius on the July trip, yes?
Correct.
According to Lis Rivera, it was his gun that was used in the homicide, yes?
Yes.
The only hotel reservation you have for that trip was a room rented by Lis Rivera, correct?
One of the rooms.
And then you had one rented by Shadrick Nobles, right?
Correct.
A gentleman that purportedly lives in his own car, right?
Correct.
Someone that picks up drugs for other people, correct?
Yes.
And you don't know, did you do a search to see how many other nights Shadrick Nobles got rented a motel in Tallahassee?
I did not personally.
Right, you just went to that one night, right? That one night that he said, and you found that he stayed in a certain motel, right?
Correct.
Did Lis Rivera... Did he mention pulling out a firearm on 4 people inside of a hotel room?
Sustained that earlier, sustained objection, that sustained it. Please don't try to go around my rulings, please.
I didn't mean to,
Well,
Judge.
thank you.
Let's talk about what you get. You get a reduced charge, right?
Yes, sir.
It went from first-degree murder down to second-degree murder.
Yes, sir.
You qualify as a habitual felony offender, and that was waived, right?
Yes, sir.
The death penalty was waived.
Yes, sir.
Other charges were waived, like conspiracy to commit murder, right?
Yes, sir.
Solicitation to commit murder.
Yes, sir.
Possession of a firearm by a convicted felon.
Yes, sir.
You possessed firearms in this case, and they gave you a pass on those charges as well, too.
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that in the state of Florida, there's a minimum mandatory...
This guy's deal was amazing. I mean, I think we need to do, during Adelson Month, we need to do a deep analysis of Lis Rivera's deal. You know, we never went through his proffer, partly because the audio quality is so bad, and I don't like the shape of Patrick Sanford's head. But maybe we can clear that audio up, block out Patrick Sanford's head, and then we'll be able to cover the whole damn thing of the proffer, right? Lis Rivera's proffer. I think it'll be great, you know. Yeah, maybe we can find some records, good records, big records. Yeah, no, that's also coming, guys, because this guy's deal, I've never heard anything even close. I mean, 19 years. Okay, well, that fucks up your life, but he was only 34 or something when he went away. He was already on a 12-year sentence. He's doing them concurrently, so it's essentially 7 extra years, and a lot of things waived, forgotten, smudged out, rubbed out, you know. Sweet deal, man. You know. And if you're the boss of the Latin Kings, and you're a jack boy, and you're a life of crime, and all of that, you know, part of the deal is accepting that someday you might have to do 20 years in the can, you know? That's the cost of business, right? It's the stakes. If you can accept those stakes, that's your choice, and it's part of it, right?
Penalty for a convicted felon possessing a gun.
Yes, I do.
They also gave you a pass on an aggravated assault with a firearm.
Yes, sir.
You told them a story about how a guy, Shadrick Nobles, the guy that you bought drugs from and the guy that helped you with the Prius, that he and a bunch of his friends came into the hotel room and that you pulled 2 guns on him and told them to strip, right?
Yes, sir.
So you get a pass on that as well, too.
Yes, sir.
How much cocaine was purchased?
Like 40, I think.
Yeah, probably about 40. Probably about 40. That's such a street coke dealer's phrase, right? Probably about 40. Yeah, probably about 40.
$40 worth?
Yeah, about 40.
Okay. And when you came back with the cocaine, were you invited into the motel room?
Yes.
By who?
Him, the person.
All right. The defendant that you previously
Yeah.
identified? All right. And was there anybody else inside the motel room when you went in there?
Yes.
Who else was in there?
His partner.
Who?
His homeboy, his partner.
His homeboy?
Yeah. Overruled.
And was that the person that was in the photograph that I showed you, states 46?
Yes.
The shorter gentleman?
Yes.
Okay. What was he doing inside the hotel room?
Laying around.
Okay. Laying on the bed?
Yeah.
Okay. What did y'all do inside the motel room that night?
Did what he sent me out to get.
Did what he sent you out to get?
Yeah.
So did you use cocaine with?
No, I didn't. I got a little drink. I took a little drink.
You had a drink?
Yeah, I wasn't on the cocaine thing.
All right. And did you see anybody using cocaine in the room?
Yeah.
Who?
The guy that sent me to get it. The guy that... I think they wanted her to come get the car. I think there was something wrong with the car.
There was something wrong with the car?
Yeah.
Okay. And you had 2 interactions with these guys about a month apart, is that right?
Yes.
And the time that there was something wrong with the car, was that the first time or the second time or both?
It was both times.
Both times they had car trouble?
Yeah.
All right. So the first time that they had car trouble, is that when you overheard this conversation in the motel room?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and what were they saying about the car?
There wasn't nothing. I just heard that she can come get the car, basically. And I just backed out.
Okay. Do you remember their exact words?
No.
Did they seem like angry about it? Like she can come get the car if she wants to get the car?
No.
Can't say that?
Yeah.
Okay. Did they identify who the woman was that they wanted to come get the car?
No.
Okay, Christina wants an update on the dental fund. I can give you that, sure. On YouTube, we raised about $120. Thank you so much, guys. That's a big one for us. And on the coffees, what have we got? 45, 70, 40, 50. Hang on, let me just do this math. 40, 45, 75, 80. Oh no, that's yesterday. It was about $80 on coffees. So, roughly about $200, which is amazing, guys. Thank you so much for contributing to the dental fund. I'm sure that will help.
All right, did they tell you what the car trouble was?
No.
All right, I want to fast forward you to about a month later. Did you see these men again?
Yes.
And what were the circumstances of you running into them this second time?
I observed them on the side of the road, flagging me down, saying they needed help. Can you take them to get a part for the car?
All right, they were on the side of the road?
Yeah.
What road?
Monroe.
Monroe Street?
South Monroe, yeah.
Okay. And they flagged you down, which one or both?
The taller one.
Taller guy? And was the taller guy with the same shorter gentleman that you'd seen before?
Yes.
Was anybody else with them either time?
No.
All right, and what was the purpose of them flagging you down on this second occasion?
Okay, to get the car off the road, I need help with the car.
What was wrong with the car?
I'm not sure.
Okay, but it wouldn't run?
It wasn't moving.
All right. Did you take them or one of them to the auto parts store?
Yes.
What auto parts store was that?
That was the Advanced Auto on South Monroe.
All right. And did you go inside the Advanced Auto?
No.
No.
Do you know what was purchased in the Advanced Auto?
Like a hose for the car.
A hose for the car?
Yeah, small.
Do you know which one of the gentlemen purchased the hose?
Guess both of them.
Both of them?
Yeah.
Okay, so you took both of them to the auto parts store?
Yes.
All right, and you didn't go in to see which one actually paid the money for the hose?
No, ma'am.
All right. Did you take them back to their car on the side of Monroe Street?
Yes.
And did you hang around while they worked on the car?
Yes.
Yes, good one, Carrie. Also, a good way to support the Metrix Dental Fund is by merchandise, which means you get something too. We got t-shirts, hoodies, mugs, fucking shower caps, shower curtains, masks, cooking aprons. I mean, we got a whole bunch of stuff on merch.truecrimemetrics.com. We got Adelson merch, other merch, Sarah Boone merch, Judge Everett merch. We got Judge Everett blankets, slept like a baby. I think we need some Chief Mac merch. What do we think? Chief Mac merch? I think that's one of my favorite things I've ever done on this channel. And I don't even know where I get this shit. What inspired me to say, man, if ever there was a guy who loved barbecue, and then going into the whole, well now, it's like, the secret lies in the special blends of herbs and spices. We soak the pork shoulder in apple cider, and it sweetens the taste. We just marinate that pork shoulder and let it sit for about 48 hours at room temperature before it even sees the flame. Where the fuck did I get that? Personally, for me, that's my favorite thing I've ever done on the channel, and we don't yet have Chief Mac merch. Why? Why? We just haven't had the time.
All right, who was doing the work on the car?
I think it was a taller one.
You think it was the taller one?
Yeah.
Did they ask you to do anything else for them after you helped them with the car?
Yes.
What was that?
Grab them a room.
All right.
And the beef ribs just fell off the bone.
And did you register for a motel room for them that night?
Yes.
And you did that in your name?
Yes.
And where was that?
The roadway on North Monroe.
What kind of car did they have when you checked them into the road?
Yeah, I know you love that one, Derek. I saw your comment somewhere, I think on Facebook. But I also love the idea that Chief Mac is so into barbecue that even in the context of being called to testify in a murder trial or pre-trial hearing, when he's asked a legal question like, do you have facilities at the jail to deal with suicide watch? That even in this context, he can't help but talk about barbecue. So when the judge asks him, listen, Chief Mac, is there a grievance procedure for dealing with requests such as these at the jail? Well, Judge, this is an old recipe from what my auntie back in Bama called hobo chicken. Now that's 1 pot chicken, 2 pot spice, 3 pot actual hobo. Chief Mac, we're in serious business, Chief Mac. Is there a grievance procedure at the jail? Well, okay, I stop. I need to come up with more. All of the ones I've done so far are off the top of my head, apart from the hobo chicken. That's a reference to Theodore Bagwell from Prison Break. But yeah, I'm sure we can come up with some more. You bet the only fella around here that's still got a thing for pig tongue.
And North Monroe.
It's a small station wagon car, right? Station wagon, I don't know. It's like, I'm not sure what it was.
Okay. But it was small.
It's like a little station wagon looking car.
Okay, do you know the make and model of that vehicle?
No.
All right. Have you previously seen a photograph of a vehicle that you indicated was similar?
Yeah.
I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 4.
Yeah, you too, Derek. And man, you know, I'm looking forward real soon to getting down to the extended theme tune, jingle, clip that you sent, man, because I love it. I listen to it all the time. You know, I want to make it my ringtone. But on my alarm, yeah, it should be my alarm. The extended clip for the Metrix theme tune. Yeah, we're going to be doing that. I want to make a nice outro video for that. With that, you know, with credit to all of the fantastic moderators, all of the supporters. I think we should like list all of the supporters month to month. You know, I think that'd be nice. Just to show our appreciation for the community, everyone that supports the channel on buymeacoffee.com/truecrimemetrics, everyone that helps with the Metrix Dental Fund and everything. You know, I just think it's a nice way to show the appreciation because I've seen that on other channels. It's like credits roll and then our star players come to life, right? Couldn't appreciate it more, Derek. Thank you so much for sending that stuff. That really, we're getting polished. We're getting polished.
Do you recognize State's 4?
Yeah.
How do you recognize it?
That's the vehicle that was actually parked outside the room, and the one that was inside the road That needs it.
Is that consistent?
That's
with
it.
the vehicle?
Something like that right there.
Judge, I'm going to object to this. It appears that the prosecution suggested similarities between what you saw and what's in the picture. And I would object.
Overruled.
Is the vehicle pictured in State's Exhibit 4 consistent with the vehicle you saw these two gentlemen drive?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to initial that photograph anywhere. Which State's for?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. DB says, I pray that Metrix will be able to get his tooth fixed. It's multiple teeth, I think, to be honest. I understand. I'm just starting a restoration plan. 8 to 10 caps, eventually. Waiting to see if I need braces. I'm a teeth grinder. Man, I think that's where I'm at in my life. You know what I mean? I've neglected, I'm sorry to say, I've neglected dental hygiene too much. I don't remember the last time I went for a checkup. A few years ago, quite a while ago. And, like, I just, wouldn't it be nice just to go to the dentist and say, listen, dentist, fix me. Make me smile. Oh, it's going to be great. It's going to be great. Thank you so much for the support, guys. The Metrix Dental Fund. I had no idea that was going to happen, and it's just so nice that so many of you are so generous to the channel. I really thank you. What is the deal with Shadrick's necklace? What is that?
Did you have any contact with them in the motel room that night at the roadway?
No, ma'am.
Did they give you...
Bethany Bears wants a broken piece of glass merch. I think we'll try and do that, like, tomorrow, because that's been coming for a while. I'm not going to be a broken piece of glass, sir. I'm still trying to work out what that means. It's like a poem, right? It's like a poem that you have to interpret. I'm not going to be a broken piece of glass, sir. How's that football game going tonight? What time did it start? 9? What time is it there now? It's 11 or 20 to 11.
you any money for assisting them with the car?
Yes.
How much?
Can't recall.
Can't
Probably
recall.
about $60 or something.
Say it again?
About 60.
$60?
About something like that, yeah.
Probably about 40.
Did they tell you why they did not?
Yeah, probably about 40. Probably about 40.
Want to register for the motel room in their own name?
No.
And you didn't ask?
No.
When you left the motel that night after getting the room for them, did you take a photograph of their vehicle?
I took a photograph of the tag.
Why'd you do that?
I wasn't too sure about what the hell was going on. I wanted to cover my...
Because the room was in your name?
Yeah, I wanted to, cover myself.
And the picture that you took of the tag of the vehicle, do you still have that?
No, long.
All right. By the time law enforcement located you and interviewed you, was that photograph gone?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you shown photographic lineups in this case?
Yes.
I'm going to approach with what I've marked as State's Exhibits 85 and 86.
Harley D asks, True Crime Metrics, have you not seen the video Judy and I did on AA Legal Focus? No, please. You're on Discord, right, Harley? Can you send me a link link to that on Discord? I'd love to see that.
State's Exhibit 86 indicates it's a photographic lineup of Sigfredo Garcia. Were you able to pick anybody out of the photos that were shown to you in this case?
Yes.
Is that your signature there on the front page?
Yes.
All right, and this indicates you selected photograph 2. There's photograph 2. Is that the photo you selected?
Yes.
All right, and that was one of the people that you interacted with?
Yes.
Both trips?
Yep.
State's Exhibit 85, showing you the first page of that exhibit. Is that your signature there, State's 85?
Yes.
Okay, and this one indicates it's a photographic lineup of Lis Rivera. Did you select photograph number?
Chiefs won 32-29. You see, I have no idea what that means. I don't think I've ever seen a game of American football. Like the entire knowledge I have about the sport American football comes from Adam Sandler's The Water Boy.
3. Is that the photograph you selected?
Yes.
Number 3? Okay. One moment, please.
These teeth are going to be about 5. You're probably right. You're probably right.
That's great seeing you now at State's Exhibit 84.
But what was that Yelp ad? You see, I need a dentistry that's, what was it? A spa-like atmosphere. With the staff have a good chairside manner.
And Mr. Nobles, this is a document which purports to be a record certified and authentic from the Roadway Inn at 2702 North Monroe Street in Tallahassee, Florida. Is that where you got them a room that night?
Yes.
Okay, and I want to draw your attention to the guest list here. It indicates down here on the list Shadrick Nobles,
Yes.
July 17th. The end is cut off there, but July 17th. Oh, here it is.
2014.
To July 18th, 2014. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
C. Malone says this guy gives textbook testimony on how not to incriminate yourself. He does, but he manages to do it with a grace and a mastery that I, for one, find completely compelling. I mean, you know, he's a gentle soul, is Shadrick Nobles, right? He's got class all the way through this. And when crazy Christopher DeCoste comes up and starts to hammer him, I hope they're going to show that. That's good. You know, he turns to the judge and says, "What the fuck?" He's brilliant. He's probably the best witness that I've ever seen in any case.
Okay, Judge, at this time I'd ask to move into evidence, State's Exhibit 84.
Any objection?
I'd like to do that.
What am I missing out on, Gwen?
Because I object to read the documents hearsay.
Overruled.
Yeah, The most uncommitted witness in history. Look what he just did there. Stretching in court. I mean, why don't you just put your feet up on the witness table? And this his style of beard, it almost looks like the hair that should be on his head, right? Like it's an upside down face. I'm gonna screenshot this and Photoshop his head upside down, but on the same shoulders. That'd be good, wouldn't it?
Magbanua have any objection? All right, they'll be admitted. You mind?
Yes. Believe it.
Frost.
Mr. Hand Grenade. I genuinely think Mr. Hand Grenade would have done a better job at representing Charlie than Daniel Rashbaum did. I'm amazed. The Adelsons, with all of their money and, you know, connections, when it really came down to the grind, when it really came down to it, to the bone, Charlie's been arrested for first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit murder, blah, 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 blah. Definite life sentence in Florida. No chance of parole. We need the... Cometh the hour, cometh the man. Who are we going to get? Dan Rashbaum. And his buddy Josh. For another $1 million. There's something just so poetic about, you know, I really do believe that Daniel Rashbaum just saw an opportunity. Just saw an opportunity to charm the shit out of Donna. And take all their money. And Josh Dugan, I've said this on the channel before. A lot of channels, you know, no disrespect to Roberta Glass, but you know, I can't really speak to her opinion, but I think that I remember her saying something against Josh Dugan, and I understand why, because, you know, when you're in that line of work, you're presumably doing it to help the guilty, right? Pick a jury that will help the rich guilty, I should say. Pick a jury that will be most likely to favor you. Jury selection process, right? Jury selection consultancy. But I see it different. I see Josh Dugan as identifying, you know, he didn't achieve anything, did he? All he achieved was selling to the criminals, the rich, arrogant criminals, selling the idea that his services would help them. And he got paid extraordinarily well. $1 million for the hours that he put in. I mean, that's got to be one of the highest paid occupations anywhere on the planet. I mean, that's enormous. But he sells that his skills will add value to their case. And maybe sometimes it does work out, but it certainly didn't for the Adelsons. And if you're going to swindle someone by selling them the idea that your services are tip-top, right? Which happens every day. You know, in whatever, fucking used car salesman, timeshare condo, whatever the fucking shady situation is of selling the dream. A lot of people that operate in those businesses, those direct sales businesses, almost purposely fuck people over. But if the person that you're fucking over is a murderer and an arrogant, rich asshole, have at it. You know, that's a new version of justice. And does he give a fuck? Is it no win, no fee? No, it's a price, and the price is big, and it's paid up front. I really don't have a problem with that. I might go into that business myself.
Mr. Nobles, good afternoon. Do you know exactly what day in June that the government was referring to that you first claimed that you had contact with my client?
What now?
Do you remember the day in June?
Shit, man, nope.
Well, whatever day it was, your testimony was that you were hanging out in the parking lot of the motel, correct?
No, I wasn't hanging out, coming through, driving through.
I'm sorry?
Driving through when I was flagged down by you.
You're driving through by a hotel, and was it daytime or nighttime?
Night.
I'm sorry?
Night.
Was it dark outside?
Yep.
And so someone from a motel randomly picks your car and flags you down? That's your testimony, correct?
Randomly picked me, I guess so. That's what
I'm
happened.
sorry, sir. I can't.
That's what happened. I was flagged down.
Okay, so you were flagged down. Had you ever had any previous exposure or experience with my client?
Nope.
And so he randomly flags you down and asks to buy cocaine, correct?
Yeah.
And you were more than happy to oblige, correct?
Do people buy this, that he randomly flagged them down? Or do people think that Shadrick had some kind of connection with the guys from Miami? Like they were bringing up a supply for him or something like that. What do people think? Maybe we should do a poll.
Right. Okay. So did you have cocaine on you?
No.
Okay. So did you have to go to your stash house to get it?
What stash house?
I'm sorry?
What stash house?
Well,
what stash
if you
house?
didn't have the cocaine on
What stash house?
you, was it
I know where to
stashed?
get it from.
You knew where to get it from?
Yeah.
So you then went and retrieved cocaine and came back to the motel?
Yeah.
Were you alone?
No.
You were with other people, correct?
I was with a girl.
You were with just a girl?
Yeah.
Not a girl and two other guys?
No.
So it was just you and a girl?
Yeah.
Was her name Lakeisha?
Leticia.
Leticia? What's her last name?
Farine.
Farine.
Oh.
And you enter the motel room?
Shadrick shows up again.
And
where are you,
was there
Shadrick?
another gentleman in the motel room?
Yeah.
Can you describe that gentleman?
Shadrick, how do you get our notifications, babe? Like, you always show up when we cover you. Good to see you, man. We were just saying how you're the best witness in any case ever. And we cover a lot of them right here on this channel. What does Shadrick say? Why y'all always clown out on my name? That ain't cool, man. To be keeping up with y'all. Yeah, well, respect to your Annie. And, you know, we love your aunt. We love you. And it's all good, babe.
Short, stocky.
That gentleman right there, correct?
Believe it.
That gentleman right there?
Believe it.
Would you have, did you describe him as villainy?
Villainy.
Like he looked like a villain?
Objection.
I don't know what you're talking about. That's him right there.
Have you ever described him as villainy?
That's him right there.
Wait a minute, stop. When there's objection, stop.
Yeah.
Answer. I'll sustain the objection.
Was he armed?
Yeah.
And by armed, I mean, did he have a gun?
It was a gun laying on the dresser.
And did he leave it laying on the dresser when you walked in the
When I
room?
came in, he got picked it up.
Okay. And what did he do when you picked it up?
He picked it up and had put it on lanes.
I'm sorry?
It's like basically picked it up.
He picked it up.
Yeah. I would pick it up too.
At any point, did you see my client with a gun that night?
No.
Would you describe that gentleman as being aggressive?
Yeah.
And by that gentleman, I mean Lis Rivera, the gentleman in the picture.
The guy right there with the gold on. Yeah.
At any point during that evening, did they mention to you that they were there for a homicide?
Why would they do that?
Why don't you
would they
answer
flag
the
down
question?
a random stranger to buy cocaine? I'm asking a question.
That's a good question.
Now, you claim that you've never met either my client or the gentleman in that picture before, correct?
No.
That gentleman in the picture, his name is Lis Rivera. Are you aware of that?
Thanks for telling me.
So no one had ever told you that before, sir?
Yeah, it's Mr. Hand Grenade, Neverly.
That's his name, right?
Hello, Michelle De Mateus.
Was he your source of supply of drugs from Miami?
Oh, what the fuck is he?
I'm sorry?
What the hell are you talking about?
Well, you're a drug dealer, right?
Hell no.
No. Well, what did you do that night?
Hell no.
Did you go and deliver drugs to Mr. Garcia, according to your statement?
I went and got some drugs for him.
I'm sorry?
I went and got drugs for him.
So was Mr. Rivera the plug for the person that supplies you your drugs?
No. Nope.
You claim that you saw them again a month later, correct?
Yeah.
And this time it was by happenstance that once again they just ran into you on the road in Tallahassee, correct?
Yeah, that was crazy.
A coincidence, right?
Yeah. Strange.
And the government showed a document reservation list for motels here in Tallahassee, correct?
Yeah.
And it's your testimony that you reserved this room for, in essence, for strangers, correct?
Yeah.
You didn't reserve the room to conduct another drug transaction?
You.
No? Where do you live? Or, I'm sorry, let me rephrase the question. Where did you live at the time of, let me finish the question, I'm sorry. Where did you live on July 14th, 2014?
In my vehicle.
You lived in your vehicle?
Yeah.
And you'd agree with me that conducting a substantial, and this is a general question, would you agree with me that conducting a substantial drug transaction in an open-air vehicle would be a stupid, stupid decision?
I believe it.
Believe it. Shadrick, if you're still listening, we've got you as in the movie version, which we need to speak to Derek about. Derek, you need to speak to your wife, Anne. We need a bunch of actors that are willing to work for very little money. You know, it's going to be a creative project, you know, but it could pay off. It could pay off big. You know, we could do partnership contracts. But yeah, no, the ending of the story of the film version of this tale includes Shadrick Nobles. I need to find... I'm not going to repeat it again, because when I first described it, it was just off the top of my head, and it was perfect. It was absolutely perfect. Should we try and describe it again? I don't know. I feel like I should just find out. I don't even know what video it's on. I think it was on a Lis Rivera video. How does it go? Let's try and recover it. It goes like this. It's right in the last act of the film, okay? Lis Rivera finally is being released from his 19-year prison sentence. He's walking down the prison, he's being walked down by the guards to get his property, to sign his release, and to everything like that. He picks up his property, he puts on his street clothes. He's walked out to the gate. The gates open, huge gates open. Lis Rivera steps out. He's a free man, right? He's back in society. And across the street is a car. Lis Rivera knows that car is there to pick him up. He looks at it, takes it in, starts to walk over. Cut to him getting in the passenger seat from a shot inside the car. Then the camera pans round just after Lis Rivera sits down, pans round to the driver, and it's revealed that the driver of the car is Jeff Lacasse, who looks at Lis Rivera and says, "I thought you weren't going to get caught." You know? And then what was it else? There was something else, but and then in the back of the car, the camera pans round again, and Shadrick Nobles is there, sitting. And he says, "You guys hungry?" And Lis Rivera hasn't eaten a real meal, a non-prison meal, in 19 years. And he says, "How about Yardbird?" And then there's a sort of nod of agreement between everyone in the car, and they drive off down to Yardbird. And just before we watch the car move on down the street, as the camera does a raise pan down the street to reveal the Tallahassee skyline. Oh no, where is he? Well, wherever he is. We cut to the air freshener hanging from the rear view mirror, which is an owl air freshener. It was something like that. I think I described it better on the first try. We'll try and find it. I think it should be a YouTube short.
And you also indicated that you took a photograph of the tag of the car, but that photograph's no longer anywhere to be found, correct?
Nope.
Did anyone go with you to rent the room for this hotel other than yourself?
Yeah, same girl.
Same girl. Letitia Vernon?
Letitia Vereen.
Vereen.
Letitia Vereen. Is she black?
Give me a second. Now, you understand that there's a difference between powder cocaine and crack cocaine, correct?
Believe it.
Oh, yeah. Believe it. You understand that there's a difference between powder cocaine and crack cocaine, correct? Believe it.
And to convert powder cocaine to crack cocaine, you gotta have to cook it, correct?
Yeah, I guess.
I guess.
You've never witnessed or observed powder cocaine being cooked to crack cocaine?
No. Have you?
Yeah. I can just see, him standing over a frying over a frying pan in the kitchen with a bottle of ammonia.
You didn't contact law enforcement after? I mean, you heard about the Dan Markel murder the day it occurred?
I don't know anything about that.
And you approached law enforcement in this case, correct?
No.
They called you, right?
They came and got me.
No. No. You approached law enforcement in this case, correct? No.
They came and got you because there was phone records on a phone that you used, correct?
Right.
That showed that there was communication between you and Lis Rivera, correct?
Right.
Do you have multiple phones? Did you have multiple phones at that time or just one?
Oh, man. So
Well, let me rephrase the question, sir. Have you ever had a...
Yeah, I had a couple of phones. Probably about 40. Yeah, a couple of phones.
Throw phone? A drop phone? A burner?
You got me. What is that?
Okay, a phone, like an additional phone. You know how some people have multiple phones?
Yeah. Yes.
Have you ever had multiple phones?
Yeah, I got a couple of phones.
Okay. Did you give the phone numbers of the other phones to law enforcement?
Why would I do that?
On the June 4th trip, did Mr. Rivera threaten you with a firearm?
No.
When you went to speak to law
Did you
enforcement...
answer the question? Sure.
Yes,
Say
sir.
yes or no.
Oh, no.
He said no. Thank you.
Okay. I couldn't hear.
Harley D asks, is dental care in Europe better and less expensive than the US? I know in Germany it is. Well, I lived in Germany. I didn't think it was that reasonable. I don't know what it costs in the US. I know in Brazil and in Turkey it's very good and affordable. I have been to a dentist in Brazil. It was an amazing experience. I mean, Jesus, fuck. That was the best dentist I have ever been to in the world, was this lady in Brazil. She did things to me. And she had this fantastic bosom. And while she was working on me, my head was just on her bosom. And it was brilliant. That really added to the... And it wasn't like, it was just comfortable. It wasn't like it didn't turn me on or anything. It was just a nice, comfortable place to be. Yeah, that was fantastic. She really knew what she was doing. And it was cheap as fuck. Yeah, I don't know. But I don't know what it costs in the US. I don't really know what it costs here. But yeah, we'll see. Thank you so much, C. Malone, for the generous super sticker. And to any of you latecomers, we are collecting tonight for the Metrix Dental Fund, because I gotta have at least one tooth out, maybe 2 or 3. And apparently, if I just leave the holes in my mouth, all my teeth are gonna fucking move around. So we gotta wedge up. We gotta wedge up and get this sorted out. What greater cause could there be? If you feel like helping us out, contributing, you can do that on buymeacoffee.com/truecrimemetrics, buymeapairofpliers.com/truecrimemetrics. Yeah, or super like, super thanks, super sticker, super chat. We got 7 out of 10 on our goal at the top. We're going to be reading the full Wendy Adelson novel, This Is Our Story. We read a little bit of it on last night's show, and it was horrible. But I think it's important. I think it's important that we go through it together because it is very revealing, right? It was so strange yesterday. I picked a random page, completely random, and it just happened to be the paragraph where Wendy says, whatever it was, a short stop on our return to what we had previously known as civilization, which has always come up when she's talking about what is called in the book Hiawassee Springs, but actually we all know that to mean Tallahassee, right? Yeah. Dental funds. buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix. Super like, super thanks, super sticker, super chat. Subscribe to the channel. We're doing a full Adelson month. Probably more than a month. We'll probably do the entirety of February dedicated to this case. We've got a bunch of stuff coming out. We've got photographs of Wendy's house in Austin to come out. We've got Bree's arrest report from her recent DUI arrest, which is quite interesting. We've got photographs of Bree's house up in Raleigh, North Carolina, and a bunch of other stuff. Uvia dinner. Yeah, make sure you subscribe to the channel, like, share, leave a comment, and yeah, support the channel on buymeacoffee.com for the Metrix Dental Fund. Thank you so much, guys.
When you went to talk to law enforcement with regards to this, did you tell them that you sold, or your testimony is that you provided powder cocaine?
Okay, say that again.
Sure, no problem. So the cops call you.
Anne, we need some actors. We need some actors. We'll talk later, Anne.
Right?
They ain't called me. They came and got me.
They came, knocked on your door.
No, they ain't. They pulled up on me.
They pulled up on you.
Yeah.
Were you still living in your car?
Yeah.
Okay. So they pulled up on you and they said, "We need to talk to you downtown."
Yeah.
Okay. Was it like that or a little?
Yeah.
Bit? Okay. So they take you downtown, right?
Yeah.
Do they read you your Miranda rights?
No.
No.
And when they start asking you these questions, do you tell them that you sold powder cocaine?
Okay. Why would I do that? It's crazy.
Yeah.
Well, you said it today, right?
Oh, yeah. But shit, I wouldn't just volunteer that kind of shit like that.
And you'll agree.
It's a very good point he's making. Why, when the officers came to you, did you tell them that you sold cocaine? Well, obviously not. I mean, like, what kind of question is that?
With me, Mr. Nobles, that you came here under a state subpoena, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Correct? You have to say yes because the young lady.
Yeah.
Okay. So you have some sort of immunity from being able to give a confession because that's what you've done. You've confessed to the members of this jury that you were involved in a drug deal, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and you know that these prosecutors, no one from Leon County or no law enforcement officer will ever prosecute you for committing a second-degree felony based on federal, Florida statute.
Trying to paint that picture like I'm a drug dealer, buddy. It's not that. You can't paint no picture like that.
You can't paint no picture like that.
You started trying to paint that picture, though.
You was trying to paint that picture. You can't paint no picture like that. You can't paint that picture.
Well,
that's not me. Sir, I'm not one of those guys. Sorry.
No worries.
Believe that.
I'm simply saying your testimony has been.
Believe that.
In June, a random stranger flags you down and you provide him with powder cocaine. Yes.
Believe it.
Okay, and also here's the thing. You say
you're not
believe.
just going to repeat everything you said twice, Mr. Sankin.
Yeah, she's trying to paint that picture, buddy.
Stop.
Still trying to paint that picture. You ain't gonna paint no picture like that.
No, be quiet. It'll ask you a new question.
Give me a second, Your Honor.
You might.
Trying to paint that picture. The cop pulls you over. License and registration, proof of insurance. I sell cocaine!
Mr. Nobles, were you on probation when you spoke to the police?
Shit, I don't recall. I don't know.
Have you been on probation recently?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And you violated your probation, now you're a convicted felon?
I guess. That's what you want to call it.
Well, I'm asking you, sir.
I don't know.
Well, you were on probation and you violated your probation, correct?
Yeah.
As a result of the violation, did your withhold become a conviction?
I don't know.
Judge, no further questions, and I reserve the right to recall this.
Magbanua. Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Nobles, during the direct examination by Ms. Kathleman, you were asked a question. You said something about a girl, that the two guys in the room were talking to a girl because they, correct me if I'm wrong, they wanted help from the girl, right?
They want help from the girl.
All right.
Like the one the girl that brought with me, right?
No. We're talking about, you said that you were in the hotel room or the motel room, and that the guys that you were in the room with were on the phone with somebody, that they needed help with a car, that they were talking to some girl. You remember that? You
said something about the vehicle. They said she. I don't know what the conversation was about, but they were like, she can come get the car or something like that. That's what I heard.
Okay.
Overheard. There was no conversation on the phone, nothing like that. She was like on my way out, and they were like, she can come with some shit like that.
I just wanted to make sure you knew what topic I was talking about.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about now.
You don't know who she is.
Yeah, no, some shit like that.
And what they were saying was, well, we need her to come here now to help.
She can, come get that, or the car, or whatever.
All right, which would indicate somebody that's local, not somebody that's in another state.
Hey.
You don't know.
That's as good as mine.
You don't know. Fair agreement?
I don't know.
All right. Next topic, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot here or blow you up. The cocaine.
Oh man, here we go.
All right. So, you're saying that
I'm not trying to put you on the spot here or blow you up. The cocaine. Oh man. The whole gallery laughed, didn't they? Look at him.
You don't know.
That's as good as mine.
You don't know. Fair agreement?
I don't know.
All right. Next topic, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot here or blow you up. The cocaine.
Oh man, here we go.
All right. So, you're saying that a gentleman asked you to go get cocaine, right? You take some money, you go in,
grab
and pick
it.
up.
Yeah.
You know where to. Hear me out to know where I'm going here. You know where to get it from, is what you said, right?
Yeah.
You know people that are in the drug game.
I just know where to go get it from.
Well, you know where to go get it.
Yeah.
You've been around cocaine before. I'm not saying you're dealing it. I'm not saying you're using it. You've been around it.
I just know what they was talking about when they said cocaine.
You know what's a big amount, what's a small amount?
Nah. I don't know anything about that.
Okay. I'm going to give you some dates here. January of 2016, you get taken to the Tallahassee Police Department, and they talk to you about this case.
Yeah.
A very short time later, you're arrested for 2 felonies here in Tallahassee, right?
Short time, like when? Some years later.
Dealing in stolen
Years later.
Hey, Dan. How you doing? A little late for you, Dan. What, are you just getting in from the pub?
Are you sure?
That was years.
Do you remember when you were arrested?
Yeah, I was arrested.
And it was 2016?
Was it? Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Do you not remember? Would it help your memory if I showed you the online court docket?
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, Victoria Girl's never had a ticket. She's very persuasive.
You do remember?
Yeah.
Okay, so we have January of 2016. You meet with the investigators and the agents on this case. A very short time later, in 2016, you're then arrested on some felonies. And then you're put onto probation, right?
Okay, yeah.
And at one point in time, you appear before His Honor, Judge Hankinson, on your case, right?
Dude, I guess it was mine.
Don't remember? You're put onto probation.
I just know I was going to pay probation.
All right, you're put onto probation, and then you violate probation, right?
Yeah.
And then they revoked your probation. You're no longer on probation.
No.
And now you're here testifying for the government.
Yeah. Yes.
Revoke your probation.
I don't understand what you're saying, buddy.
You admittedly, now, not saying that you're a drug dealer.
I did 30 days and got off probation. I said, did my time. So ain't nothing extra behind it.
And back to the cocaine. I know you don't like the topic, but you'll agree with me that you at least possessed cocaine. The guy asked you, gave you some money. You went to wherever you went to. You picked it up. You took possession of it. You possessing it would be a crime, right?
I don't know.
But they're not.
That's what you call it.
But they're not prosecuting you for that.
I don't know.
You're a witness for them, so you get a pass on that.
I don't know. I don't know anything about that, buddy.
I don't think anything further, Your Honor, if I can have 1 second to confer.
That's kind of crazy.
I know nothing. I know nothing.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Redirect.
At the time law enforcement came to speak to you, that was a long time after the actual, I mean, not like maybe 2 years after you sold the cocaine to these guys, right?
Right.
Okay, so there wasn't any actual cocaine to charge you with, was there? No further questions.
Appreciate that.
Juror, I have a question of this witness.
Appreciate that.
All right, you can
Believe
step down. We need to keep him any further. What's that? All right, you're excused. Go about your business. Call your next witness.
Call your next witness. Who are we calling for our next witness? What about some pre-bump calls? How about that? Pre-bump calls. How do we find that? Let's go to the wiretaps. Should we watch the bump? The actual bump. Let's do that. Let's see that.
Why did you select Donna Adelson to be the recipient of this bump?
Because we noticed the pattern of calls leading up to the murder and around the time of the murder. The calls were always Donna Adelson to Charlie Adelson to Catherine Magbanua to Sigfredo Garcia and then back. It was always going back and forth pretty much in that order. So we wanted to start it on one end and see what would happen, see if it would travel that same line of people.
All right, Judge, at this time I'd like to publish States 105, the bump video.
You may proceed.
Yes, please.
Black shorts. What is it?
Pause it for just a moment. All right, so on the left side of the screen, we've got two different things going on here. Can you explain what we're looking at?
Yes, on the left side is a body recorder that the undercover agent was wearing, and it has video and audio on it. So what you're hearing is audio coming from the undercover agent and his video. On the right side is a separate video taken from surveillance agents that were in the area watching.
All right, so the woman we're seeing on the stairs here, is that Donna Adelson?
It is, and she's exiting the Icon, which is on South Beach, her condominium That's the stairs coming from her condominium toward the street.
All right, please proceed.
Okay, bud.
Excuse me, Mrs. Adelson? How you doing? Just want to give you this. Listen. You're scared. No, don't be scared. Listen, just want to let you know that we know that your family has been taking care of Katie and her friend Luco for quite some time after your problem up north has been resolved. And I want to let you know that my brother, he's incarcerated. He helped your family with this problem you guys had up north. And we want to make sure that he's going through some rough times. We want to make sure that you take care of what he's going through the way you're taking care of Katie and Tuco. Well, this will explain it. Thank you.
I totally missed that. Sorry.
On the stairs here, is that Donna?
I was just writing to Spacey Dove. I've missed it completely. We're watching it again because just for me.
Okay, bud.
What the hell is she wearing? I hate her top. Like, I really hate that top. How do you put that on? And what is it? It looks like a painting, and a bad one. The kind of painting that you get in a, like an apartment building or something in the hallway, just to put something on the wall. And how she walks as well, this like forceful, steadfast, confident, overly confident walk, Look at this. I'm Donna Adelson, coming through. Clear a path, motherfucker! Out of the way, peasant!
Excuse me, Mrs. Adelson? How you doing? Just want to give you this. Listen.
That was a ninja move from Sammy, wasn't it? She's all like, clear a path! Out of the way, peasant! And then Sammy just total ninja move out of nowhere. And like that, he's gone.
Excuse me, Mrs. Adelson? How you doing? Just want to give you this. Listen. You're scared. No, don't be scared. Listen, just want to let you know that we know that your family has been taking care of Katie and her friend Luco for quite some time after your problem up north has been resolved. And I want to let you know that my brother, he's incarcerated. He helped your family with this problem you guys had up north. And we want to make sure that he's going through some rough times. We want to make sure that you take...
This is so obviously a cop. I'm amazed that they didn't do a better job. I mean, they got it done, right? And they picked neurotic Donna to do it on. There's no fucking way that Charlie would have fallen for that. There's no fucking way that Harvey would have fallen for that. There's no fucking way... I think if it was Wendy would have just like spontaneously combusted and disappeared into the sidewalk.
Care of what he's going through, the way you're taking care of Katie and Tuba. Well, this will explain it. Thank you.
Feel like you're being watched, Donna? You are being watched. Suddenly there was a change, right, Donna? Everything is going to change. Yeah. What's it been? 2 years, Donna, right? No repercussions. We were so good. We did such a good job. We fooled everybody. We got rid of Dan. The boys, they're Adelson boys. No more Markel, no more Markel. Wendy got a fucking millions of dollars in all from, money. How? It wasn't just life insurance. It was funding and what do you call it? Murdered spouse fund or whatever it is. $4,800 a month for each child. What the fuck? Hi. And then Tamara Demko started a GoFundMe to help pay for Dan's funeral expenses or something. Wendy contacted GoFundMe. No, I'm the ex-spouse. I'm the widow. That's the widow fund. You send the widow fund to me. Just every fucking penny, right? Squeeze the lemon. Squeeze the lemon of cash.
Where does Mrs. Adelson go after the conclusion of the bump?
She goes into the elementary school there, to the door to the right, goes inside and retrieves the children, and then goes back to the icon back across the street.
And are those Wendy and Dan Markel's children?
Yes, they are.
Jimmy Page was in the Yardbirds. Was he? What about Stephen Stills? Or was it Neil Young?
So they're in school just literally less than a block over?
Right across the street from where she lives.
Okay. And when the undercover bumps Mrs. Adelson, do we know if she had a cell phone on her person?
We don't know that.
Okay, but she didn't take one out and make a phone call?
She did not.
At this time, Your Honor...
Stephen Stills was in the Oh Go Go Singers. High Flying Bird.
I will ask to publish what's marked as call A on the... Have I introduced this? Let's introduce the wire calls themselves. And those are 108, Your Honor.
108, I believe, has already been admitted over objection.
Okay, then they're already in.
Is there much more to this, or is this just Pat Sanford being a cop, being super cop? I've never been warm to this guy, as many of you know. I can't, I would not feel comfortable in this guy's house. General Isom's house, I'd have my feet up on the coffee table and know that it would be okay. This guy's house, I'd be like, okay, do you want me to take off my shoes? I take off my shoes.
So this will be call A from 108 that we'd like to publish at this time.
Yeah, I saw that. Dan Bailey, Sarah Boone on Nickelodeon, the game show. Where can we go now, guys? Where can we go now? Where shall we go? Got to catch up on this chat as well. I got to skip some comments here, guys. Otherwise, it's just going to take us too damn long. Victoria Girl says, "I'm not a criminal." Well, that's debatable. I'm not a criminal, and I'd know that dude was 100% a cop. Yeah, absolutely, right? 100%. The DUI arrest, Harley, is Bree Price, Charlie's baby mama. Yeah, he just came across way too polite. You think Lis Rivera would talk like that? No way. No stills or young. Oh, that's a shame. What am I thinking of? What was Neil Young in before going with Crosby? Something Horse, wasn't it? Crazy Horse. Or was that after? Quick Draw Sanford, they call him at the cop shop. Quick Draw Sanford. He'd be like, "Don't sit on the sofa, Sonny. It's just for show." Yeah. He's got a fucking his sofa is wrapped in plastic. You know? For sure. But Red and Right likes Sanford and says he seems to have a strong sense of justice. Well, yeah, that's my point, is that he came out of the womb with a badge and a gun. You know, I mean, it's just like, it's just RoboCop to me. I like Isom because he's a person as well as a policeman, you know. This guy, I don't feel that whatsoever. I don't feel like I want to hug him. Isom, I want to hug him. I want to go to the car museum with him. I want to go to his house for a cookout at the yard. They should have sent Shadrick to hand Donna the baby. Yeah, that would have been good. That would have been great. Well done, Victoria Girl. That's fantastic. Imagine that. Shadrick is the guy that does the bump. Fantastic. Yeah, probably about 40. Probably about 40. We helped your family out with the problem up north. Yeah. Okay, now we're just reading comments. What are we doing? Pre-bump calls? Where did I see those? Amy's disappeared, right? Amy's not here? That's okay. But she's a real good go-getter for bring in links to the channel. We got to do this guy sometime. What's his name? Robert Tellis. That was an amazing cross-examination. I never watched the whole thing, but we should. Charlie Adelson speaks 10 words before judge hands down a life sentence. Let's give that a go. Let's give it a go on Adelson Week. Adelson Month. It's here to stay.
Court, as Your Honor, received those and had an opportunity to review them.
I did. I was able to review the letters. They were also a part of the pre-sentence investigation packet, which will be...
Just before we start this channel, guys, I'm going to put on this steam kettle right here for a cup of coffee. If anyone would like to support the channel or the Metrix Dental Fund, head over to buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix, where you can support the channel, or super like, super thanks, super stickers, super chat. Thank you so much, guys.
Be filed in the court file as well.
Yes, sir. Nothing further regarding victim impact.
What is the state's argument with regard to sentence, at least as it concerns counts 2 and 3?
In regards to counts 2 and 3, Your Honor, we are seeking the maximum sentence. We're asking for consecutive 30-year sentences on both of those. I have prepared a score sheet in reference to those. May I approach?
You may. Have you already showed the score sheet to Mr. Rauschbaum?
I think so, but I'll...
Yes. Thank you. Does the state have any further presentation to make?
The only other matter...
Earl's going to give a brief statement that is interesting.
Go ahead.
The only other matter, Your Honor, is that in reference to costs of prosecution, we've been attempting to gather up some of the necessary financial paperwork from the FBI and TPD and my office as well to see if we can come to an agreement with the defense on what costs of prosecution should be ordered in this case. We have not been able to do that yet, so I would ask for Your Honor to reserve that issue for 90 days. It's possible, as I said, we can reach an agreement on it, but if not, I would ask for a hearing sometime around 90 days to make a determination about costs of prosecution.
Mr. Rauschbaum, do you have any argument to make on behalf of your client as to counts 2 or 3?
Judge, we understand the situation. We just ask that those counts be run concurrently.
Very well. Mr. Adelson, I'm going to give you the opportunity to make a statement if you wish. You do not have to speak. However, this is your opportunity if you choose to do so.
I do.
You may stand.
I've completely forgotten what he says.
I would just like to say that I maintain my innocence.
I would just like to say that I maintain my innocence. That's 11 words.
Well, please rise. I'm now going to pronounce the sentence. With the jury having found you guilty of all 3 counts that you were charged with in your indictment of first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and solicitation to commit first-degree murder, I am going to adjudicate you guilty of all 3 at this time, and you are going to be sentenced as follows. As to count 1, the first-degree murder count pursuant to section 782.04 and 775.082 Florida statutes, you are sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of release or parole. As to count 2, you are going to be sentenced consecutively to 30 years in the Department of Corrections for conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. As to count 3, you are going to be sentenced to 30 years in the Department of Corrections consecutively for solicitation to commit first-degree murder. The credit for time served that applies in this matter is how much?
597.
597 days will be applied as credit for time served in this case. If the clerk could please read all fees and costs that would apply as well.
$2,100 as a fine pursuant to Florida Statute 775.083, $105 as a 5% surcharge required by Florida Statute 938.04, $20 as a court cost pursuant to Florida Statute 938.06, Crime Stopper Trust Fund, $3 as a court cost pursuant to Florida Statute 938.01, subsection 1, Criminal Justice Trust Fund, $50 pursuant to Florida Statute 938.03.
Well, thank you, Sean Baba. This is a great comment. My favorite comedians have always been those that are just naturally funny. Dude, you are just that. Thanks for your witty humor. Well, that's so nice of you to say.
Crime Compensation Trust Fund, $225 pursuant to Florida Statute 938.05. Local
Is that what I am? A comedian?
Government Criminal Justice Trust Fund, $2 as a court cost pursuant to Florida Statute 938.15. County Criminal Justice Education, County Code 7-26. $50 as a court cost pursuant to Florida Statute 775.083, subsection 2, County Crime Prevention. $3 as a court cost pursuant to Florida Statute 938.19, Teen Court Assessment, New York County, Florida Code 7-28. $65 as a court cost pursuant to Florida Statute 939.185, County Additional Court Cost, County Code 7-24.
He's thinking, I need to get my tuna back. And where's my apple? An apple and a can of tuna right now. I gotta kick back with my apple and tuna. Yeah, I think that's about it. I don't need to hear the clerk. Is Judge Everett going to say anything else? Because everything he says is like honey in a pot.
Days of jurisdiction to address. Mr. Rauschbaum, is there any lawful objection for you to raise to the assessment as announced by the clerk?
No, Your Honor.
Those amounts will be assessed at this time. Ms. Kappelman, I will reserve 90 days of jurisdiction to address the cost of prosecution in this case. By statute, the state is entitled to the 100, but this is in excess of the 100 is what you're referring to.
Yes, Your Honor.
Very well. 30 days to appeal both your conviction and now your sentence. Mr. Adelson, you are going to be fingerprinted today, and from here you are going to be sent to the Department of Corrections to begin serving your sentence. Mr. Rauschbaum, if you please can timely file the notice of appeal so that way there is no issues regarding any review of the conviction itself. Does either party have anything further to raise to the court before we finish for today?
Nothing from the state.
No, Your Honor.
We are in recess. Mr. and Mrs. Markell, have a good day. Thank you for being available so you can provide your victim impact statements. Have a good day.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
It was nice of him to acknowledge the Markells there. You know, this is a big moment for them, right? They've been waiting for this for 9 years. More. 9 years and 3 months. 4 months. More coming, Ruth and Phil, don't worry. And I'm coming over to make sure it happens. Yeah, so what about some wiretaps? We've been trying to get these wiretaps for some time now. They're always very good value. But I want the pre-bump. They're so funny. I'm trying to remember who had this. You'd think Charlie Adelson pre-bump calls. Or maybe I should put pre-bump wiretaps. Well, this one might be good. I need Amy. Shit. This is no good. Right, this is totally random, this one. I don't even know what it is, but we're putting it on. So there is no air left in the conversation.
Let's go to the next day, April 28th, 2016. Do we have another bump on that day?
Yes, we do.
Could you tell us about that one, please?
Still no one had called the undercover back, called him at all. So we had the undercover agent call the Adelson Institute and ask for Donna Adelson.
All right, Judge, that call is contained on State's Exhibit 107, which is in evidence. Permission to publish that call at this time?
You may.
Oh,
Good morning.
okay.
Thank you for calling Dr. Adelson's office. This is Erica. If I can help you.
Jess, good morning. Maybe
Neverly Darlings just sent us a couple of links. Okay, Neverly, yeah, that looks good. I just want to see what this one is here.
to Donna, Mrs. Donna Addison.
May I let her know who's calling?
Sammy.
Sammy from...
I met her last week, and I gave her some paperwork.
You met her last week and you gave her some paperwork regarding...
She knows what it's about. It's important paperwork.
Oh, okay. And your name is Sammy?
Yes.
Do you have another phone number you can be reached?
My number is 305 712 6570.
Okay, because she's not available right now, but I can have her maybe give you a call back.
Okay, just tell her it's very important. I need to find out immediately what she thinks about the paperwork.
Okay. I certainly will.
I met her last week. Yes, thank you so much.
All right. Have a good day.
All right. You too.
All right, if you'll switch back to the other exhibit, we could publish call Z next.
Morning, Charlie.
Hey, how are you?
Hey, how are you?
Are you in an office or home?
No, I'm driving to an office now. What's up?
Well, Erica called me this morning, and this guy was on the road to the office. So Erica called me, and she said, I didn't normally bother you with this. She says, I have to sales call a lot, but somebody called this morning, and he said his name was Sammy, and he gave you some very important papers last week, and he hasn't heard from you. And he wants you to call him back, and here's the number. So,
Okay.
so I, want to verify the number. Yes, it's the correct number that I told you. So, obviously, I'm not going to call the number. I said, we should just do a sales call. Just hit star 67 before you call the number, and then they won't know the number you're calling from. I said, oh, okay, I'll write that down. What's your suggestion?
The odd thing is this, is that that's the same number you gave me, right?
I don't know, because I gave you the number. I never kept it. You kept it.
Tell me what the number was.
305 712 6570.
Okay.
6570.
What's this then?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, it's someone. The odd thing is that 712 6570. Yeah, that's the same number.
Charlie.
And you called, and no one picked up. Maybe that's a good thing.
Those are a little dry. We're going to go to our Neverly Darling links. Charlie Adelson calls the bump number. This ain't going away, man.
Hello. Hola, diga. Hello, diga. Hi. Who is this? Who's this? Someone's been calling my family and trying to figure out who this is. In reference to what, man? Someone by the name of Sammy called? Yeah, that's me, man. All right, what's going on? Well, what's going on is my brother Tato. Okay, my brother Tato has not been taken care of. His family's not been taken care of. I talked to a dentist. Why are you calling me? Who are you? I gave the number to a lady. I don't know Tato. You don't know Tato? I'm sure you know Katie and Tuto. They've been taken care of since the family problem been taken care of up north. I don't know who you are. You don't? Well, this isn't going away, my friend. Because let me tell you something. I was at Broward with Tato, and he told me the whole story. He told me nobody was taking care of him. Nobody was taking care of his family. The family was taking care of Katie and Tuto, and nothing's been taken care of with Tato. So we know what's going on. And Tato needs to be taken care of. Do the right thing. The lady already has the paperwork. She knows what I'm talking about.
This is so... sometimes he's sounding pseudo-Spanish, and sometimes he's sounding New York. I mean... what? This is so bad. And the character that he's playing, it's like some high school drama play of a gangster. I can't believe he fell for this. He should have just said, yeah. Is this 911? Let's do it again.
His family's not been taken care of. I talked to a dentist. Why are you calling me? Who are you? I gave the number to a lady. I don't know Tato. You don't know Tato? I'm sure you know Katie and Tuto. They've been taken care of since the family problem been taken care of up north.
Victoria Girl says, big mistake in reference to what, man? No gangbanger talks like that. Yeah, but that's... It's interesting because Charlie's already said that, and Sammy is feeding back his verbiage. It comes up 3 or 4 times. Remember when originally Charlie says to someone, I have no idea what this is in reference to. Then Sammy says it. Then Charlie repeats it to Katie when he's reporting what Sammy said. And Katie says, in reference to, those are some educated words. Yeah, it comes up multiple times, but I think he's using it on purpose Sammy's using it on purpose to feed back what Charlie's said. And if Charlie was astute enough, he would have noticed that.
I don't know who you are. You don't? Well, this isn't going away, my friend. Because let me tell you something. I was at Broward with Dato, and he told me the whole story. He told me nobody was taking care of him. Nobody was taking care of his family.
I was with Taco up in Broward. Oh, we've got to put that out tomorrow. I've got to come up with something for the I was with Taco up in Broward for the merch, man. It's going to be a #1 seller. All goes to the dental fund.
The family was taking care of Katie and Tuto, and nothing's been taken care of with Tato. So we know what's going on. And Tato needs to be taken care of. Do the right thing. The lady already has the paperwork. She knows what I'm talking about.
She knows what I'm talking about. Yeah, a minute ago I sounded like a necesito mexicano, but now I'm a New Yorker. Come back next week where I will be featuring as a what? I don't know. Chicago.
We know Katie. We know Tuto. We know they've been taken care of.
Let me look into things.
No more around, man. No more around. This ain't going away. You guys need to do the right thing for Tato. That's my brother, man. That's my brother, and he needs to be taken care of. His family needs to be taken care of, just like Katie and Tuto been taken care of.
I don't
take care of Taco like you've been taking care of Katie and Tuto, man. This ain't going away.
I've never met these people, but let me call.
I never met Taco. I don't know who Taco is.
Back, okay? That's bullshit, man. You know exactly what I'm talking about. You know this lady. I don't know your relationship with this lady, but we know what's going on. This ain't going away. Take care of Tato just like you.
I think tomorrow we're going to be making tacos in the Metrix studio. Pictures to come on Discord. Everybody come and join Discord, by the way. Fantastic community, great community, big community.
Take care of Katie and Tuto, man. Let me call you back.
Okay, let me call you back. Does he? What have we got here, Neverly? Charlie tells Donna he is calling the bump number. All right. Yeah, we're just going to play a few clips. Random clips.
Hey, Charlie. Hey. Hey, the number there. 305 area code.
Okay. What I'm going to do is this. I'm going to call them and star 67 my number.
Oh, yeah. This is what I learned from spending time with Paul Castellano. I'm going to call them and star 67 my number because I'm a criminal genius. Good luck to the FBI getting me now. I'm gonna star 67 my number. Yes. Paul Castellano, he taught me well. He taught me so well. That's it? That's it, Charlie? Yeah, what I'm gonna do is this. I'm going to call them back. And I'm going to star 67 my number. Oh, you fucking moron.
Hey, the number there. 305 area code.
Okay. What I'm going to do is this. I'm going to call them and star 67 my number.
Ooh.
Okay.
And I'm going to...
Even Donna was like, well, that sounds weak. Is that your plan? That's your big plan? To fucking withhold your caller ID? That's it?
I have a... This is what I have a strong feeling what I think it is. Okay. I think it may be either some private investigator, or I think it's the FBI, or somebody just trying to fish around and stir the pot.
Well, Charlie, that is literally every single one of the potential possibilities. So what you're saying is that you don't know. I think it might be. Who I think it is this. I think it might be a private investigator, or the FBI, or the Tallahassee Police Department, or someone stirring the pot, fishing around, or it's Taco's brother. I mean, what other possible option would there be? That's all of them.
And see how people react.
Yeah, let me think. It's what she said last week.
I think it's one of the two. I mean, I'll tell you why.
I think it's definitely one of the possible options. It's definitely one of the array of possibilities that it could be. But I'm going to star 67 my number, so don't worry.
It's a last-ditch effort to probably try to stir a pot and see what comes out of it.
Yeah, they're stirring a pot, they're making a soup, and they're stirring a pot. It's like the paella pot.
Because the thing is this. It's not done like this. It's not. I mean, you got to understand, like, I think it's someone playing games. Because you got to understand, it's not done like this. B, listen, you've done absolutely nothing wrong. I've done absolutely nothing wrong. And I think it's someone that may think they know something. So since they think they know something, they're trying to stir the pot. So it's somebody really stupid because we don't...
Can you imagine being one of Charlie Adelson's dental patients when he's got all of this going on in his head? You know what it's like when you've got something that's happened and you've got to make a decision quickly and you don't really know what's going on? It's in your fucking mind constantly, right? I mean, you can't put it down. Every second counts. Man, I sure hope my dentist doesn't have something like this going on.
We don't have any information. If I did, I'd go collect my reward.
I know.
So I don't know of anything. The fact that you're being extorted would sometimes people react differently to different things. Some people are extorted and they're just like, you know what? It's like patients who extort you all the time. They're like, give me my money back or I'm going to the board of dentistry. Well, I've done nothing wrong. But if I go to the board of dentistry, it's a bigger fucking headache.
I know.
Than anything else.
That's right.
So even though I'm 1,000% right in the dentistry I do, in the work that I do, I don't want to deal with the board of dentistry.
There's no such thing as 1,000%, Charlie. And anyone who says that kind of shit, it's just, for me, that really turns me off. When people say to me, "Oh, we gave it 110%, I instantly fire them. It's like, that's such a turn off for me. I hate that shit. Oh, we gave it 150%. Did you? Get out of my fucking office.
I don't want to walk in there and have them say, you didn't tell me. Yeah, it's funny. I was talking to a dentist yesterday about this. He had a patient who he told, you may end up needing a root canal. Okay. He did this whole reconstructive case on the guy. And he said, listen, we're uprighting the tooth of the crown. You may end up needing a root canal. The guy ends up needing a root canal. What does he
This is weird, isn't it? When we're talking about my dental needs and my root canal and the dental funds, you know. Still collecting. Buymeacoffee.com, buymeapairofpliers.com/True Crime Metrix. Link in the description. Yeah. But it's weird because he's talking about what I need, but I don't want it from him.
He comes back and he says, "I want all my money back for everything you messed up my mouth." The guy's like, "Hell no, I'm not giving you your money back." He's like, "I want my money back for the entire case." Yeah. He's like, "No." So he took it to the board of dentistry. This dentist, okay, not only the board of dentistry made him give back all the money for the whole case, but he didn't write down in the chart what type of temporary cement was used in treating.
He didn't write down on the chart what type of temporary cement was used. Charlie, we have bigger things to deal with, okay? Let's focus on the Sammy situation, okay? This could be the FBI coming after us all for murder. Right? We don't want to hear about your temporary cement.
Invitation. Okay. So what do you think they did? They made him take like 30 hours of continuing education that doesn't count towards his requirements. Like, you know, every 2 years you have to take 24 hours to do online. Right. They made him take a mandatory 30 hours. And that doesn't count towards the 24. Okay. Then he had to pay for those classes. So he had to refund the money to the patient. He had to pay a fine to the board. And then he had to pay for his own education to be brought up to date on how to properly document charts. He would have been so much better off writing a check to the patient for $15,000 and getting rid of them. So much fucking better off. Instead, he was like, at principle, he's like, "No, I'm taking this to the authorities. I did absolutely nothing wrong."
Hey, thanks so much for those 5 True Crime Fabulous Metrix memberships, Red and Shotgun. We heard the Chiefs won. Oh, look, Victoria Girl got a membership. Wow. Lucky Victoria Girl. Adora L, Pansy, Tracy Dale, and Marguerite. Marguerite? Margaret. Well done, guys, and thank you for riding shotgun.
What happens? He got fined. He had to do the continuing ed. He had to pay for the continuing ed. And what's 30 hours of your free time worth going to the continuing ed? Yeah. You know, it's the same reason why people get in car accidents that are absolute nonsense. But the insurance companies, it's easier to pay them $5,000 to settle the claim than to, pay $5,000 settle the claim than to go pay $18,000 to the attorneys to work up the case and go to trial. And when you go to trial, you may win, you may lose, but they still spend $18,000. So the question is, do you want to spend $4,000 and make it go away, or go ahead and pay to go to trial? Do you see what I'm saying?
That's if it's a one-time settlement.
Right, but the whole problem is like, it's not like it's not like when you give the patient back their money that they sit there and they go.
He just goes off on these fucking tangents. It would drive me mad. It was like, focus, man. And he can't even do it in like a cogent fashion or whatever. It's all over the board.
Exactly. Like, is the patient going to come back next week, make another appointment? I don't know you more. Sure. But, which is what I'm saying. But when you have a patient that is going to be a pain in the ass, and you're going to go to the board, even though you're 100% right, and you say, "Okay, I'm giving you your money back," doesn't mean that you'll get anything other than getting somebody out of your hair. So don't think that giving somebody their money back as a patient is not always a bad idea. Because then you go to the board of dentistry and then you've got a whole new set of headaches.
Yeah, no, I understand.
And that's not, and it's not like, "Oh, well, you're right." Well, yeah, you're right. And you may go to the board and they may spend a tremendous amount of time and trust with the board, and they may say, listen, you're right. Okay, well, how much time and trust did you spend with the board to hear you're right?
Right.
So it's not like it's admission of guilt, but at the same time, nobody likes to be shaken down because it's easier to make the problem go away.
Yeah, if that makes the problem go away, right?
So that's what I'm. But I think it's absolute nonsense. I really think it's somebody who thinks that they're like going to try to solve this case, and they think that this will family and they get something somehow to do with it. So they're going to go ahead and be like, and make some demand and see how we'll react, or be like, oh, we made a demand and they didn't react. It's just very odd. Because
I don't know why he's gone to this possibility as kind of his front runner. Just some random guy that read something in the paper and put it all together and just found out where Donna lived and what time she would be coming out, and arrived there and had a picture of Dan and knew people's names and everything. You know, if we go back to Occam's razor, which Georgia raised in the very first question of her cross-exam of Charlie, you know, which, how did she put it? The simplest explanation is always the most likely. I think the actual theorem of Occam's razor is a little bit more nuanced than that. I'd have to double check. But basically that's it. So how do you get to this option, Charlie? What the fuck? Yeah, no, some dirtbag, some dirtbag read something in the paper and put it all together and is now trying to stir the pot. Make a demand. Yes, that's what it. That's literally the most unlikely option. FBI is in front of that. A genuine brother of Taco is in front of that. I mean, how is that your front runner? You know why it's his front runner? Because he wants it to be, right? And what is Charlie Adelson? Impulsive, selfish, needs things his own way. And you know what? When you've got someone like that, this is the greatest way to bring them down. You used their selfishness against them, right? It's his weakness. It's his total fucking Achilles heel, is this need to have things his own way. And because he has this need to have things his own way, he has a resistance to accepting the eventuality of something that is not suited to his own needs, right? He doesn't want it to be the FBI. He doesn't want it to be a genuine brother of Taco. So those options are put further away, and he brings forward the most unlikely option because that's the one he wants, which is the stupidest way to do anything. I mean, what the fuck?
We've had nothing to do with this. I mean, I don't know who the hell this guy is. I assume you guys have no idea who the hell this is. Mm-hmm. And you pick up a newspaper and you see a last name, and it's, you know, in the old days you have the there's no way of looking anything up unless you work for the CIA. Mm-hmm. Nowadays, a homeless guy with his cell phone can go on the World Wide Web, push a name in, and...
Hey, Victoria girl who feels self-conscious now that my name is in bright green bold. I think you look great in green, you know. And the star, fantastic. I wish I could give you a golden whisk to be next to your name. That would go well.
3 seconds has addresses, phone, addresses, locations, and then for $19 you can find anybody. Mm-hmm. So, and that the thing is, it's like my house is not listed. Right. So if you went that search route, you wouldn't find it. But that's like
What mine is.
Yeah, this is well put, Neville darling. Thank you for sharing. The principle attributed to William Ockham, that is explaining a thing, that in explaining a thing, no more assumptions should be made than are necessary. The principle is often invoked to defend reductionism or normalism. Occam's razor is a philosophical tool for shaving off unlikely explanations. Essentially, when faced with competing explanations for the same phenomenon, the simplest is likely the correct one. Yeah. Which makes a lot of sense, right?
It is, but what's even odder is that they're not bugging Wendy.
Mm-hmm.
Because that would be the first person.
Confirmation bias to the nth degree. Absolutely, Christina. That's a very succinct way to put it, yes. Ockham, I want a shirt that says, Ockham, you talk so much, Charlie. That's quite good.
I go to.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and that's the weird thing that they're not bugging her. You know, I don't. That's why I just kind of like I don't want to have a headache. Like, you know.
I know. Interesting.
Because you don't want to trade one set of nonsense for the other set of nonsense.
Yeah.
But you also don't want to have someone knocking at your door every other week.
Exactly. That's why I was hoping, maybe if you had a friend in Easton that you could do.
Well, that's what I'm working on.
Yeah.
So, but I think I'm just gonna call them up and see what they want.
If it's a non-working number.
Well, that's what I want to see if it's not working.
Yeah.
You know, they had not been working the other day.
Yeah. Maybe it's working now.
So let me see what they want. But I don't think Let me see what's going on.
Okay, hon. I'll keep my phone moving. I love you.
Okay, Dad went to work today?
He did, but I called him on the way, which I didn't want to do, but I knew that Erica was going to tell him when he came in, so I had an option.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, let me call and see what's going on.
Do you want me to check the number with Erica and call you back?
No,
this is right.
Check with her, and then just call me back in a minute.
I'll just text you back.
No, just call me back.
Call you back. Okay.
Call me right now.
Okay. Okay.
And also, another thing that really fucks Charlie is he's never capable of being objective when he's talking to Donna. He's being subjective always, and the subject is pleasing her, right? You got to put that shit away. If you got business to do, you can't be thinking, about that kind of situation. The priority of pleasing his mother needs to be put aside, and he needs to deal with the situation in front of him, right? Big Achilles heel there. What do we got next? Did you send another one, Neverly? I think you did. What is this? Something on Twitter? Oh my gosh. Charlie wants a go-kart. We did that one recently. Where he's talking to that girl, right? Or is this on the phone with his mom? Let's check. I like the picture. Look at this, guys. Oh, where's it gone?
Palm Beach Karting, how may I help you?
Hi, is this Ronnie?
No, it's not. How can I help you?
Hi.
Do you need Ronnie?
No, maybe you can help me. It's Charlie. I was talking to Ronnie a while ago about a cart for sale.
Okay.
And it was someone that was privately selling their used cart there. I didn't know if it was still for sale.
Sure. Can you hold on 1 second?
Sure.
Appreciate it.
Hello? Yes.
Yes.
Hi, is this Ronnie?
Yes, it is.
Hey, it's Charlie. How you doing?
Good, Charlie. How are you?
Good.
Hey, it's Charlie. How you doing? What happened to Hey, how are you?
I was talking a while ago about maybe buying a cart that was for sale there that was being sold privately.
Well, they've got Donna in another cart at the back. I didn't notice that. Oh, they should do the whole family.
Okay. Is it still for sale?
Yeah.
Can you tell me a little bit about?
Look, I'm all for fun and toys and everything. You know, I recreation. But I don't know. I look at this go-kart and I think, what are you, fucking 6 years old? Grow the fuck up. You know? Like, what is this? Even the jet ski thing. Have I been on a jet ski? Yes. Was it fun? Yes. Do I want to buy one? No. You know, it's like, it's basically the biggest waste of time ever. I mean, you know, it's like, what else do people do? I mean, I like to do fun things that are also useful. Or try, at least.
About it? It's a 2000... My God. Oh, 2013, 14. 2013 Durell with a Rotex engine. It's the non-Evo. Got the Micron 4 with a GPS on it, and the customer is looking to get $3,500 out of it.
What does something like that cost brand new?
Brand new, if you're going to buy something similar to it with an Evo motor and all that, you're looking over $9,000.
So what? How many hours are on this motor?
And this one, maybe 5.
So he's used it for 5 hours?
That's all he put on it.
And he's used it for 5 hours in 3 years? And
yeah.
What was the, has it ever been wrecked or anything? Or
no.
Nope. How many hours are those motors generally good for?
Between 35 and 50.
And then, let me ask you...
What? How many hours is it generally good for between 35 and 50? What does that mean?
$14. 2013 Durell with a Rotex engine. It's the non-Evo. Got the Micron 4 with a GPS on it, and the customer is looking to get $3,500 out of it.
What does something like that cost brand new?
Brand new, if you're going to buy something similar to it with an Evo motor and all that, you're looking over $9,000.
So what? How many hours are on this motor?
And this one, maybe 5.
So he's used it for 5 hours.
That's all he put on it.
And he's used it for 5 hours in 3 years. And
yeah.
5 hours in 3 years. What the fuck? Doesn't that indicate that it's a useless fucking purchase?
What was the? Has it ever been wrecked or anything? Or
no.
Nope. How many hours are those motors generally good for?
Between 35 and 50.
The motor is only good for 50 hours? Between 35 and 50 hours? What the fuck? What? And that's this good, whatever he called it, engine? Surely that must just mean for it to be serviced and change the oil. But even so, what the fuck?
And then, let me ask you,
like, how long would a one session be at the track? You're not going to go to the goddamn go-kart track and, drive there, put the gear on, get the car out, and then stay on the track for half an hour. It's an hour minimum, right? Minimum. 2. So, I never knew that about go-karts. The motor's only good for 35 hours? What the fuck?
As far as, do most people leave them there, or do they trailer them up there themselves?
We have both. We have storage customers, and we have customers that bring either in a pickup truck or a trailer. It depends what's more convenient for you.
I'll probably only be driving it up there. How does it work as far as storage and?
The storage is $125 a month. You
Okay.
$125 a month. So, what's that? 125 times 12. 1,500 a year. Wow.
Contract with us. We need your credit card on file, and we run the credit card the first 3 days of the month.
Okay.
Between the 1st and 3rd, we run your storage charge. It's $125 plus tax. And then we need 24 hours notice, especially on something with a battery in it, so we can charge the battery overnight, check the cart, and have it ready for you when you can come out and crack it.
Okay. Do you guys have anything where you end up renting my card out if I allow you to, or how does that work like that, or?
If I have somebody that's looking for something specific like yours, and that's something you want to do, yeah, we could work something out. We have our own fleet of carts for renting to the customers, so we don't use customers' carts for that.
Because
we have 6 right now, and I'm getting 10 more, so we'll have at least 10 in the next few weeks.
Of the tag carts.
Of the tag carts for rent, yeah.
See, because I don't know how much sense it makes to. I want to have it, but I don't know.
Yeah, it makes no sense, Charlie.
Is it worth $125 a month to have it stored there? And if I come up,
it saves you a lot of hassle. If you're a motorcycle guy or a sports car guy, you can show up in a 2-seater on a motorcycle, and you don't need to worry about how you get your cart to the track.
Right. No, but I got cars and I have a truck too, so it's not a big thing.
So then it's just a matter of your convenience, whatever's more convenient for you.
Just a trailer up there. What do the trailers generally cost to? The one thing too is if I had it here, I could just drive it around the neighborhood and I could charge it up too.
Yeah, the cops don't really like that. It's not something you should be driving around the neighborhood.
Right. There's a park right by my house too, so it's like a little area I can mess around in.
I cannot believe this guy. Oh man, I can just drive it around the neighborhood. Yeah, the cops don't like that. That's totally illegal.
Whatever's your convenience factor, and whatever is what's easy and convenient for you, that's what your best option is going to be.
What's the, so you said I get about 30 to 50 hours on a motor?
Yeah.
And then you have to, and when you replace the motor, how difficult are they to replace?
You don't replace the motor, you do a refresh.
Okay.
And a total refresh on a motor like that would be around $1,200 where you refresh the bottom and top end.
And then you guys do that there too?
We can do it here. We're a Rotec Service Center, and we also are dealers for the Vortex line, the Rock GP motors and all that. I mean, that's a good thing. You can start with that motor and then decide if you want to buy the Rock GP and put it on it to race the Rock GP classes here, or if you want to refresh that one.
What's the
Rock GP motor goes for $2,600 plus tax, brand new.
And then you get like how many?
Okay, so $9,000 brand new for 35 hours works out to $257 per hour of drive time.
Hours you think out of?
Plus the $125 a month for storage, or the hassle of having a trailer, storing it at your house, fucking connecting the this is the stupidest shit. Unless you're like a sponsored racer that does this for your living and at the competitive level, there's just so many more easier ways to have fun, you know? The fuck?
Depending on how you're used.
Get a quad bike. Or what do you call those in the States? You call them Forerunner, or what do you call that? You know what I mean. It's like a motorbike with 4 wheels.
You know, we can set it up for just practicing and playing around, where the timing is set up a little bit safer and you use a little more oil in the mixture. They're all 2 cycles. Or if you're interested in mostly racing, then you're looking at about 25 to 35 hours.
Oh, 25 hours. Oh, great. Yeah, 1 day. $9,000 a day.
And then if you're just running it yourself, you're looking at?
Yeah, about 40 hours.
And then it's the same. It's about $1,200 to refresh it?
Yeah.
What's the... what about tires and stuff like that? I know it's dependent on how hard you're racing, but...
If you race, your race tire then becomes your practice set of tires, and that should last you 2 or 3 practice days. And a set of tires is about $238.
Yeah. And the tires, they need to be replaced every 2 hours. It just seems like an endless list of costs. And, you know, like, how fun is it? Why don't you go to a real track in a car?
And what about, like, if I'm just going regular? Is that, do I get 10, 12 hours on a set of tires?
They're good for 150 laps.
Oh, wow.
ATV, what is that? All-terrain vehicle, I guess.
It's quite a few laps.
Yeah. The first time with the Rotex engines many years ago, to get 50 hours in an engine took about 3.5 years.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wait,
it depends how intense you're going to be with your practicing and racing and all that.
Yeah, it's true, because, I mean, it's not an hour is like a lot of time on a track.
Yeah.
An hour of, like,
it's 6 10-minute sessions.
Yeah. And then when I take the car up there and use it, I just pay you guys $50 for the track fee.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and there's the track fee. So we got storage, change the motor every 30 hours, tires, track fee, battery charge fee.
All right. One other question too is the trailer included with this cart?
No.
No, that's extra. Yeah. That's another $9,000.
covered. And I think this is a pretty good price. It's a really good deal because of the Micron and the GPS. What is the Micron? It's a data system. So it gives you like your lap information and everything. Yep. Lap information, track map. You need to download key on a laptop to get the information out of the data system. And the new Micron 5s are $500. So just in data system, it's $500. The new motor, you're looking at about $3,800 for a road pack. And a new chassis, you're looking at about $4,500.
Well, what's that? Another $4,500? Oh, just I think we should do a full deep dive on the list of costs for Charlie Adelson's pathetic go-kart hobby.
And I think this is a pretty good price. It's a really good deal because...
Yeah, well, he's the one selling it. Or, helping it be sold. Of course he's going to say it's a good price. He would say that. Yeah, I think it's a really good deal. I think you should go for it today.
Micron and the GPS.
Oh, Micron and the GPS, huh?
What is the Micron?
What do you need a fucking GPS for on a racetrack? Where are you going to get directions to? The finish line? You just go around.
It's a data system. So it gives you like your lap information and everything. Yep. Lap information, track map. You need to download key on a laptop to get the information out of the data system.
Yeah.
And the new Micron 5s are $500.
Yeah, new Micron 5, it's another $500. Yeah, you got to download the track information, so there's a cost.
Just in data system, it's $500. A new motor, you're looking at about $3,800 for a road pack. And a new chassis, you're looking at about $4,500. So that's actually a really good deal. If it's in good condition, it's in good condition.
Oh, I see. He was those costs were demonstrative costs to show how good the deal is. Okay, right? I get it.
Like the guy that owns
but still,
I've known him since he got the cart, and he is into equestrians, so he never had time to come out. So he just bought it for $9,000 and selling it for $3,500. Yeah, pretty much. Basically, he bought it brand new. He used it a few times, and then he's just busy with the horses.
Which just sounds like another rich dick. Yeah, he's into equestrians.
Well, I'll tell you what. You want to ask him if I paid cash, what would be the best price he'd go? Sure. Give me a call back tomorrow, and I'll have an answer for you. Okay.
Yeah, $34.50.
And if he comes down a little bit, then I'll probably buy it from him. Okay. Awesome. All right, man. I'll for you. Perfect. I'll give you a call tomorrow. Okay, Charlie.
If he comes. What is it, sub? If he comes down a little bit, I'll probably buy it from him. That's always good to. That's always a good way to open a negotiation, right?
Thanks, man. Bye.
Charlie and Donna talk about Wendy. Oh, thank you so much for these links, Neverly darling. These are all, you read my mind on all of them. These are great. I had never heard that go-kart one before. Uh-oh. What the hell is this? Twitter. Well, that doesn't work. Try it like this. Ah.
Hey, Charlie.
Hey, how are you?
Good, sweetheart. How are you?
Good, just leaving the office.
Okay.
Busy day today.
Yeah.
Didn't stop for like I mean, the only time I stopped was when I was on the phone.
Whose office were you at?
Rob Stanton.
Oh, okay.
So it's good. I become friends with him too, so it's nice
Yeah,
hanging out with
that's
him and his
good.
wife, and we go out all the time.
That's nice. Dad had a question. He said if he goes, because he's going to go Thursday,
Right.
to register the car. So, he'll go with the existing paperwork. If they say anything to him, like...
Wow, look at this. Racing girl, Victoria racing girl, she knows. And there's driving suit, gloves, helmet, insurance for the track. It's all dollars. Dollar bills.
40, whatever it is, 43, 48. What number, how much did you want the car to say it was worth?
It's 43. Whatever.
$4,300 for a 12 Land Rover.
It's a 2004. The VIN number is a 2004. The state of Florida screwed up when they did the title, but the VIN number is correct. On the title and the VIN number on the car reflects an 04.
Okay, exactly. So that's why she even asked me, are you sure this is a 12?
Yeah, it's not a 12.
Matching. Right. So even though it says that on the paperwork, should Dad say to them it's an 04, or should he say nothing and see what they do?
Say nothing.
Okay.
The VIN number
is the only thing that
04.
matters.
The other thing I was going to tell you is this: why doesn't Dad just go on Monday on the way after the office and do it? Stop in for 15 minutes and we'll do it for 20 minutes.
It's hard to do that because it's not 15, 20 minutes. It is 15, 20 minutes, but he doesn't leave here Monday. He works out from 8 to 9, showers, and then just gets up there just before 10.
I'm sure there's a place in Miami you can go, isn't
Yeah,
there?
that's right. Oh, yeah, he's not going to Broward.
Okay, yeah.
I found a place down here. He can go here.
I wouldn't be surprised if there's one on the beach.
Oh, I found one the last...
No, it's sitting in the driveway.
Perfect. Okay.
Clint's got my driver's license. I've got a car without a tag that doesn't match the thing. I've got no registration.
Well, other than that...
I'm like, other than that, fucking write me the fine. I'll have my kid. Great.
I'm so sad I had somebody else's license.
Tell Dad I'm missing my driver's license. I don't have a registration, and I have a tag that doesn't belong to the car. Besides that, I'm perfect.
Oh, Dad said, yeah, he'll have to get your license plate, right?
Yeah, unless he wants to draw one on a piece of paper.
Oh, you've got so many cool points, Charlie. The fuck?
For me.
Yeah. That's why he's asking you if it has one.
But it has one, it just doesn't belong to the car.
Exactly. It's not a
Took it off a
transfer.
different
He
car.
needs a new one.
Yeah.
He needs a new one. It's not a transfer. Okay.
You
That's
can't
what
just
he needs
take
to do.
license plates off of cars. It's kind of
No?
illegal. No.
Okay, so we'll make sure he doesn't do that. Okay, take care of that. Yes, no problem.
So, Distribution with like 150 stores in New York and
good.
In New York and New Jersey. So
you just did that today?
They announced it today. I knew about it.
Oh, they announced it. Oh, wonderful, honey.
It's always interesting when you know the news before it happens.
Yeah.
It's like
so what did it go up to?
It's 0.032.
Okay, so it's moving.
Oh yeah, I mean the thing is, and the volume is good. It's over. The whole thing with this is having the volume because you have the shares, right?
Right.
But if it's not being traded, like if it's a thinly, I'm sure you've heard the expression, it's a thinly traded stock.
No. Mm-hmm.
Thinly traded just means there's not many shares being put out there.
Yeah.
So you may want to sell your shares. There's nobody looking to buy them. It's not like Disney World where there's 15 million shares a day traded or 20 million shares, whatever, of Disney. So if you want to sell your shares at Disney and Donna has 10 shares at Disney, it'll sell.
Yeah.
Well, if you have 20 million shares, but it's only trading 20,000 a day,
you can't
do the math.
Yeah.
You know, you will never get filled. I mean, it'll take you 100 years to get out.
Yeah.
You know, and then sometimes stocks die. They go down to like 10 shares a day and nothing. There's no fun.
Right.
So the point is that there's so much going to come out that's going to, the whole point is if we can get it up to, even if it hits 10 cents, it's going to be insane.
Yeah.
So, and this guy that is a CEO now is is a real CEO. I mean, he really did it as a favor to Adam because it's his aunt's boyfriend of like 15 years.
Yeah,
but he was a CEO of one of the divisions at Citibank.
Mm-hmm.
Like they know how to market products, take things to market, sign deals. You know, I mean, that's what a CEO does. Is you know, I mean, you have the right CEO, they take companies to the next level. You've got the wrong CEO, and they trash it. But to get a CEO like this on a no-name penny stock is like unheard of. Like, it's like it's basically like who'd you know to
right to get him.
Yeah, I mean it's like
That's
Johnny
why.
Cochran.
And that's why he did it, because it's a family, because it's like family.
Yeah, I mean he's got money, stock options, and all those.
Sure.
But it's not. I mean, but it's not outside the realm of like this. It would be like getting into a fender bender and walking into Gary Hill.
Right.
And the coach would be like, all right, who'd you know? Gary doesn't do shit like
right. He doesn't do
like
that.
still getting paid or whatever, but it's not like.
Oh no, I understand.
So, but anyway, so it's exciting, and we'll see what happens. But it should be a really, really interesting year.
It should be. It should be. I hope it's a wonderful year. That's great.
So I'm excited too. Anyway.
Good. All right, my love. So we are going to finish up this pile of paperwork in front of us so we could get done for the evening. We had a ton, and then we had, the kids all afternoon. So, and Ben was really fine. He told Wendy he didn't feel well this morning, and he's never said that to Wendy. This kid usually doesn't eat anything. I said he ate all day long. He's just fine.
45 minutes.
Oh, good.
So I'll be able to find out the full scoop.
Yeah, I wonder why, unless they have other plans to go out for her birthday. But I can't imagine him missing her birthday. It just doesn't sound kosher to me.
I don't know. I mean, I'll find out everything.
Yeah.
I mean, Bree lives with Dave, and
I know.
Like talks to her all, and let's just see what happens. But I'll find out. I'll find out everything. The only thing is that there also reaches a point where I actually have to worry about focus on my own life.
Yes, you do.
Crazy thoughts sometimes, but I've done.
Not a bad thought. I know.
See, that's Charlie's way of saying to Donna, leave me the fuck alone with this Dave stuff, okay? I don't want to talk about Wendy. I want to talk about me and my go-karts. There also reaches a point where I have to focus on my own life.
I've done above and beyond.
Yes, you have.
I will continue to help out.
I've gone above and beyond to help Wendy. With the hit.
Any way possible.
Yeah.
Like in life, I think sometimes, not that you shouldn't guide people, and not that you shouldn't offer your advice or whatever, but it's a fine line, because it comes a point where it create the opposite you want to have happen.
Yeah, well, that's why even with Bree, you have to be careful now.
Because then, but I'm saying, but what happens sometimes is you can create...
Neverly, darling, she means weed. Are you growing weed?
The opposite response than what you want to have happen, simply because you doesn't want to feel like they were forced into it, because this is what they wanted, so I guess I should go do this. Like, next thing you know, you're getting I'm doing the opposite, more for the reason of I'm not letting that. Nobody likes to feel controlled. Some people really don't like it.
Right.
So what you got to be careful, because you can end up, you want the horse to think, hey, I'm thirsty, I'm going to go get some water on my own.
Right.
You don't want to end up with a situation where you're dragging the horse by the ears over to the water trough, and it's an independent horse.
And they're talking about Wendy, right? This is why Wendy is so fucking pissed off with Donna and Charlie. She does not want to be spoken about like, you don't have to drag that horse over to the river to drink by the ears. Let's hear it again.
Respond than what's going to happen, and not that you shouldn't offer your advice or whatever, but it's a fine line, because it comes a point where it create the opposite you want to have happen.
Yeah, well, that's why even with Bree you have to be careful now.
Because then,
like when the opposite happens, like when you want to get away with murder, but the opposite happens and you don't, and then you get a life sentence and your whole family goes down. Yeah. It's like the opposites game,
Happens sometimes. You can create the opposite response than what you want to have happen, simply because you doesn't want to feel like they were forced into it, because this is what they wanted, so I guess I should go do this. And like, next thing you know, you're getting I'm doing the opposite, more for the reason of I'm not letting that. Nobody likes to feel controlled. Some people really don't like it.
Right.
So what you got to be careful, because you can end up, you want the horse to think, hey, I'm thirsty, I'm going to go get some water on my own.
Right.
You don't want to end up with a situation where you're dragging the horse by the ears over to the water trough, and it's an independent horse, and the horse is like, you can't make me do this, and they're just resisting because they feel like they're being told what to do and forced what to do. And even if it's the right thing to do, nobody likes to be told what to do and forced to do something. If they start feeling like they're forced, they're going to start like rebelling and being like, you know what, like, mind your own damn business. Don't tell me what to do. Even if you're telling them the 110% thing to do,
right?
It's like, you know what, I'm an adult. Mind your own business. Let me worry about me. Stop.
Right. Yeah.
And instead of it being like, you just kind of like a little bit of guiding, and then you just back off and let them do their own damn thing. Let them go for their life. You know what I'm saying? So then what she said opened up the door for me to say whatever I wanted to.
Right.
But had she not opened up that box and I just dove right in, she would be like, "Would you quit telling me what to do with my life?" She's the one who brought it to me. Then I, you know what I mean? So it's like, it's a very delicate thing, but I could definitely find out, what's going on. And then I since Wendy's already talked to me about this stuff, I mean, I can talk to her more about it.
I mean, things are obviously fine because
things are good and they're progressing, and I don't think there's any reason to like.
No,
but,
I would talk about.
But I'll get the gist of it. I know Dave's still crazy about her, so
so that's all good.
I'll just make sure. More importantly, I'll just make sure Bree's giving Dave the right advice.
Yeah, exactly.
So
keep her on track.
Yeah, maybe what we'll do. You know what we'll do? Maybe because Bree brought this idea up a while ago. Maybe I'll take like a cruise, 4 of us, and we'll go away for like a weekend or something. Like one of those like leave on Friday, come back Monday morning.
Yeah.
And do something like that, which would be perfect.
That's right.
So, and
even Memorial Day is coming up. That's a long weekend.
Well, no, they have cruises that you leave Friday. They're actually fantastic. You leave Friday. Everything else is good.
I'm glad to hear that. I'm excited for you about a lot of things.
So it's an exciting time. It really. The thing is that I'm so diversified with everything else. It's not like I like sunk everything into this, and it's like, if this doesn't work out, I'm screwed. Like, I'll get my money out for sure.
Yeah.
But it's not, it's not like, this is my one shot at like, really hitting it big.
Oh,
like everything else is still good. I'm still diversified in a bunch of different things. Not a million, but a bunch. It's not.
Perfect.
Everything is good.
Okay. Well, then have a good evening, honey. I love you. We'll talk tomorrow.
I'm diversifying. Okay. Yeah. I got little hedge bets all over the place. I bet people were actually taking advantage of him. He acts like this super businessman, right? I bet people were just ripping him off left, right, and center. People that actually are clever, right? Like the go-kart salesman. Yeah, there's a helmet rental fee, and the tires, they're only good for a day, and that's another $4,000.
Okay.
All right, sounds good.
Okay, thanks for calling, honey. I love
no
you.
problem. Love you.
Bye-bye.
These are great. Thanks so much, Neverly, for sharing these bits and pieces. Okay, another one. What's this? Adelson wiretaps. Charlie and Katie talk boats and people in jail. Well, this is a 31-minute call. That's quite a while. What time are we on? Well, that'll bring us right up to 5 hours. Without commentary. Well, we'll see how we go. Man, getting tired. Where's that goddamn link?
Oh.
Hey.
How you doing?
Good. I'm working in an office down at Sophie Dental. You probably never heard of it. You want me to try to get you a job here?
If you can, that'd be great.
Let me hear you. Let me go talk to Simon.
Think they'll hire me?
I don't know.
You're such a big dude.
What's up? Not much. I'm just walked outside on the balcony out here. What up with you?
Nice. And have a balcony and everything?
Yeah, oh, I didn't tell you that?
Oh my God.
Yeah.
You use fancy.
Oh, yeah, real fancy dentists.
Yeah,
They
fancy.
pay really well down here.
No, I don't think so.
So what's going on?
I don't think so at all. Oh, bro. I don't know if it's because I just have this, bro. I'm back to my other car now because if something else was wrong and I just don't even want to bother anymore. Oh. Why is it? Is it because probably I think I like beat it up when I was driving really far, like up north before.
Oh, you're back to your other car?
Yeah, and then this one I have to get it aligned and everything. I'm to get done.
So you're driving the Mazda and someone else is driving the Lexus?
Yeah, because it's like a shorter distance. But the thing is, I have to fix it. There's like, the transfers are off, and like, I'm just like, bro, I'm just getting to the point where it's like, I'm gonna have another car payment. Because it's such a headache. Like, I feel like I've been putting so much money. I already put $400 on that car. And I'm like, you know what, and right now, it's like, I'm like thinking every weekend, like we went to the beach, and I was like, you know what? Like, we pass by Haulover all the time. Like, I've been looking for a boat. And we need something to pull a boat. So.
What the fuck does Katie Magbanua want to do with a boat? Oh, who knows? She just really wanted to do this rich people toys stuff. Or does everyone in Miami have a boat? You know? It's like Venice. She wants a gondola. Katie Magbanua driving a gondola.
I don't know. Well,
So
I can't believe both my cars are like giving me a hard time. Like, why? I don't. Why?
But I can tell you this though. I mean, it's a happy. I'll help you out with Sully. Anything you need.
No, I don't want to like just. I just feel like, you know, like, oh, I don't understand why he's just not fixing everything. You know, that day. No, I didn't even tell you. That day, I got it towed. I got it towed twice to this place. And then I left. I mean, I left the block down, and it was like, it was completely still messed up. So I was like, I wasted the whole, like, the day to just go up over there to try to get it for me to leave it. So then I just got it towed back to my house. I was like, okay, like, fix it or whatever needs to be done. And he spoke to him.
So you sold it to Sully. I mean, you towed it to Sully's.
Yeah, I towed it to Sully. He said it was done. I got it. I went up there to go pick it up on last weekend or the weekend before that. I don't remember. Last weekend, I think. And then it was a block down. It was smoking, and then it was like wobbling. Like, you know, my friend drove it for me so that he knows how to drive. Yes, and I was like, and then I called him. I mean, he called him. I called him, and then they were speaking. He's like, oh, I didn't know. I just focused on some part of the car. And I was like, yo, but like, he should have checked the whole thing. Like, you didn't test drive my car, like, after me needing to be aligned and everything? Like, it was wobbling because I was right behind.
It was wobbling. It was wobbling. I talk in a wobbly way when I say it is wobbling, okay? Extortion. He wanted his extortion plan. Put him on the plan. Extortion plan. It was wobbling.
So what the f*** did you say?
I don't know what he did. And then he went to go fix something else on it. Like, I was like so upset already that I was like, I don't know what's going on. Can you just please handle it and tell him? And then, like, it was drivable back, right? But then he told me that sensors went on again, and
well, sensors are. I could say this. Sensors are nonsense.
No, but he knows that there's something wrong. You know what I mean? Like, the way he drives. So I was like, look, I'll just take the other car, and then since you're driving a shorter distance, like, you know, at least you just to work and back and get the kids, and work and back and get the kids, or whatever. And sometimes I have to pick up the kids because He's like, oh, I don't I don't want to drive it so much. And I'm like, I had that car so that we were able to have a car that we could drive around because my Mazda needs work too.
Well, how many miles are on your Mazda?
My Mazda's it's supposed to be 96.
Why don't you sell the Mazda? And
That's what we were thinking.
And then sell the second full boat. Because I can tell you this, the Lexus, my feeling is the Lexus is a really good car. And
no, we're not gonna get rid of it. Like that's the thing. It's gonna be my son's car. It is gonna be my son's car. Like I can keep it, you know.
Yeah, I mean, a Lexus, I can tell you, it is such a well-made car, Lexus, that if things break, replace it. But the car in general will last forever.
Yeah, no, like that with my mom, I have to get rid of it, and then I knew we're like so tired of it. I was like, you know what? We don't own anything. We don't own a house. We don't own we don't have we can't even go out. Like right now, we could have been every weekend on the boat. Like all my friends are out on the boat. And like
we don't have a house or a car. We don't own anything. We can't even go out. But you know what we need? A boat. A shitty, speedboat. Oh, priorities, Katie. Maybe focus on the things you need to live and support your children.
Here,
okay.
I want to be on the boat now.
Okay, I'll help you out. Hear me out. Get rid of the Mazda.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I love my Mazda.
Okay. You also, let me just rephrase it this way. You also don't have car payments every month.
I know.
Which is, I can tell you this, which is, even though things break down, just keep in mind one thing. Even if you had 2 car payments for $300 a piece each month, that's $600 a month. You're not putting $600 a month into your cars.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's just how I pay. That's just how much I pay for my child to go to school, though, which is.
So what?
Thank God she's gonna be. I told you she got accepted to the other school, right?
Yeah, that's awesome.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I really care about that. Tell me about your children's education. I've got all the time in the world.
You know how much that'll be? At least some type of saving.
It's huge. So this is what I would tell you: keep the Lexus, get whatever's fixed on there needs to get fixed. I did a ton of work on it, and it'll be fine. Just go ahead and get rid of the Mazda and get something that could pull a boat.
You have to.
It just depends what kind of boat are you looking at.
So, he knows. There's actually somebody that was selling a boat, but then it was all the way in Boca, and I kept texting the guy, and then I was like, yo, are you selling it or not? And he's like, so busy. He's like, yeah, and then I'm like, I never got a refund back.
But
he was qualifying the sale and decided that you were probably not an appropriate buyer. He decided that he wasn't going to waste his time in showing it to you and taking it for a test. I mean, that's like half a day of his time. So you can say, well, it's too much money.
I can tell you. Listen, I'm sure your friends know boats, but with boats, one thing is this.
Oh my God! No, we owned a boat before.
Yeah, no, I know.
If something happens to it, it's a headache.
What I can tell you that
it's a headache. Funny you should say that, Katie. It's the same way I feel right now on this call with you. If something happens to the boat, it's a headache. It was wobbling.
Everybody.
It was a wobbling headache.
Okay, if you have a boat, you need to sell the boat, but you don't need to buy the boat. So you're in a great position. There's people who need to sell a boat. You could, someone can ask $30,000 for a boat, and you could be like, "I'll give you 16, or I'll give you 17."
If they'll take it, yeah.
And
that's how his dad is. His dad, we just a $60,000 boat, and he sold it for 15. I was like, what?
Yeah, just the problem. The thing is this.
Yeah,
and this
they don't hold on to value. They have no resale value whatsoever, okay?
like someone told me, they need to sell the boat. You don't need to buy that boat because there's other boats. But they need to sell that boat. So just convince that, like keep telling that to yourself, is that they need to sell the boat. I don't need to buy your boat. Put out an offer and be like, if you want it, it's yours. If not, peace, buddy. And that's it. Real simple. Real simple. Because there's South Florida. Like if you live somewhere else in the country, there's more boats in South Florida than almost the rest of the country for the kind of boat you want.
Oh my God! But do you see the weather outside? Well, you're outside right now, and I'm outside. I haven't eaten anything, and it's 3 o'clock. I'm like starving. And it's like so beautiful.
No, it's
like,
awesome.
I fucking want to live my life, bro.
Well, let's get a boat. Say la vie. I mean,
you know what just made me feel like that too is that like one of my friends, one of her ex-boyfriend had to turn himself in today. We were just like looking at his lunch, and I was like, damn, that sucks.
What did he do?
Oh, he had to take a plea. So, you know, he just took the plea. Instead of him doing like 15 to 30 years because he's a habitual offender, like, are you stupid? Take the plea, do the year and a day, which, you know, that's why they do a year and a day because you have to go to prison.
Right. Yeah, sometimes
you don't go to county.
You're way better off.
You know, I was like, are you, they're going to look at you and they're going to be like, yeah, you're going to go for the rest of your life.
Yeah, that's like, yeah, especially, you know, it's funny that unfortunately, especially if you look scary. Like,
he looks, bro, we just looked at his mugshot. He looks so scary.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the problem too, is like, you could be the biggest sweetheart, but like, if you're 300 pounds and tatted up on your neck and have long hair, goatee, like, I mean, I don't know what the guy looks like, but I'm saying, like, if you look like the part.
It's pretty close to it, actually.
Is it really?
Yeah, because the goatee is like 250. Like, I feel so bad, though. Like,
but dude,
he's
I mean,
a very nice guy. Like, I feel so bad. And his mom is so depressed. Like,
but listen, if you have neck tattoos, all of a sudden you're a bad dude. Like, no, maybe you just
did a stupid thing when you were young, you know?
Yeah. If you put a teardrop underneath your eye, like, you're getting the maximum. Like, why? Because you got a little tattoo, it doesn't make you tall.
I know.
So, oh, no,
So
teardrops. Teardrops.
Two teardrops.
No. 2 teardrops, you get in the maximum. 1 teardrop, almost the maximum. It's stupid, but you know, you can't. If you look like that, you got to take that into consideration.
Yeah, it's racial profiling. That's what they have the word for.
Yeah, take the plea. Christina, well, good catch, Christina.
It's not racial.
I mean, whatever.
People judge you with your eyes. No, people judge you with your eyes. Listen, you could be 300 pounds all padded up and not know how to fight, but you walk in a room and people are going to be like, I ain't messing with that dude. Right? I know guys that are 120 pounds that'll snap every bone in your body. Like,
I was going to ask you, how is your friend doing?
He's going to MD Anderson, Texas, Tuesday, and he's going to John Hopkins Friday. But
is he getting weaker? Like, does he not?
Well, I mean, dude, he worked all week. He just had a lump on the side of his throat. Then he got biopsied on Thursday, and last Friday he was told he had pancreatic. Usually with pancreatic cancer, you get 1 to 4 months to live.
So does he have just that amount of time?
Well, they're going to find out more when he goes to MD Anderson. It's stage 4. It is already stage 4, and Darren was telling me that he feels like his nuts, he has something in his nuts because it's like swelling down there.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
is he going to be in so much pain that it's like he's going to probably want to just like go out sooner than you should?
Well, that's the problem. It's like someone tells you 4 months, you go, okay, I got 4 months to live, but you don't want to spend the last 2 months in a bed.
Be in pain, exactly. Yeah, no,
I mean,
nobody can do that.
It's to a point where, like, I said to Darren, I said, like, if this prognosis is really, really bad, like, they're like, it's not gonna be pretty.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we'll take him to Columbia. We'll get him like 10 of the hottest models.
Let him live. Let him live life.
We're gonna put a kilo of coke in his room and be like, buddy, don't come out.
I would. That's what good friends are for.
Yep. So that's honestly that's plan B. We're gonna take like 20 of his like.
Oh my
close
God!
friends.
I don't know what it is, but I just.
We're gonna get a mansion and
it makes me want to cry.
We're gonna put a kilo of coke in the room and be like, don't come out, like all weekend, just stay. And that's it. He'll go out like that. That's Jimmy. Jimmy was like a bouncer and like rode motorcycles and like liked to get in fights and get lap dances at Tootsie's and back. Like that's Jimmy. Jimmy lived life. He wasn't like a hermit. Oh yeah. Jimmy was. Yeah, no.
That's the one. That's the one that you said like that was cute, right?
Yeah, the one that you're like, he looks like Chris Daughtry. You're like, oh.
Oh my God, him.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that sucks.
Yeah, he's 39.
Why do all the cute ones go?
That's why I'm living forever.
Stop.
This like a 103-year-old and so ugly. That's me. God don't even want me. He's so ugly.
Jesus doesn't want you.
Does everything to try to get caught. Nobody wants him.
Oh my God. Horrible.
Yeah, I know. I mean, what I mean bad. I think stop me if I told you this, but I was standing. I had to be the witness to his DNR and his will.
Yeah, you told me.
Yeah. It's just.
I know. You really depressed me that weekend, though. Like when you told me, I was just like,
well,
life is just so short, bro.
Talk about like a mind, like with his parents standing behind him. The best was this: his wife was on the couch watching the Heat game. He didn't want her in the room.
Yeah, I know you told me.
Tell me that doesn't tell you everything. When it's the mother of your two children, and you say stay on this couch and watch the Heat game, I'm gonna go write up my will.
Oh my God! Don't even say that. Like you say things like it's not funny. Like it's so sad.
I mean, listen. If I didn't laugh at it,
you're such a comedian. You're such a well.
That is true. No, the Heat game was on.
I know the Heat game was on, but still.
You go watch the Heat game. I'm making up my will.
But why are you such a like? Well, you don't believe in marriage. You don't believe in.
No, I do believe marriage happens.
You have a girlfriend which you hate to be with, but yet you're with. Like you're so weird. You can't look at it like that. Do I get to be the positive one in this relationship?
Yeah, the thing you're the positive one. I'm the hopeless romantic, and you're the positive one.
For real? What the f*** happened to us?
That's when you. Next thing you know, your friend will be like the voice of reason, like saying, like being like, "Hey, let's not fight here. Let's not fight." Anyone want to go to? Next thing you know, your friend walks in the room and it's like, "Anyone want to go to yoga?" That's it. That's when you know, like, the end of the world is upon us.
Jesus. Jesus.
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Yeah. Get your pose. Enjoy life.
But for real, no. Like you tell me these stories, and then this guy gets freaking locked up. I'm just like. But
I can tell you this. The difference is this. Wait, hold on. The worst part of the story is this. If someone's getting pinched and they did something, like, it sucks. You got caught. But like when someone's like not doing anything bad and they have like a light gets struck by lightning, then you're like, that sucks.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, like, listen, you roll the dice and you're not careful, you get caught. But like when you just like have a swelling on your throat, the next thing you know, you're like, yeah, you're done. Like, what do you mean I'm done? I was in the office all day today dealing with patients.
Oh my God, no, shut up. It scares me so much. You know, I said one thing and like I don't know why I said it. I guess I just said it because I was like upset at that moment. I was like, you should stop smoking cigarettes. It's really bad. And yes, you know, like you stop smoking cigarettes. Like he smokes like when, you know, you drink, obviously, you know.
Yeah, cigarettes is not bad.
Exactly, I get that. But then it's like, I hate the smell of it. Like it really, like it makes me want to throw up. I hate the smell of it. And I'm like, I said something, or whatever. I was like, after I took a shower, I was just like, oh, you know, you can pass a secondhand smoke to kids, and if God forbid, like our kids have like cancer from shit, it's gonna be your fault. And
yeah, that's if you smoke in front of the
yeah, he's like, does we look like? Yeah, that's what he said. It was like, I don't smoke in front of the kids. I'm not even anywhere near them. Like I was like, yeah, but still it's in your clothes. I was just pissed.
No, that's you don't say that.
I know. I was even mad.
And having a cigarette, honestly,
like, oh my God, like,
a cigarette or two on the weekend or one every other day. One or two a day.
No, I don't like it. No.
No, hey, you know what's funny though? Marijuana, totally different. Like, even pipe tobacco is not bad. pipe tobacco is like a sweet smell. Cigarette tobacco is just, I don't know what the f*** it is. It just smells so bad.
It's so gross. Like, I don't know.
But why is it my pipe, dude? But pipe, like, you ever been around like an old man smoking a pipe? Like, it actually smells good.
They had, like when I worked in the club, like I used to always pass it, because they had like a cigar shop, and I used to always pass it every night, like, you know, while I was walking to work, and it would stick on me though. Like I literally walk for 2 seconds past it, but that cigar smell sticks. Gross.
Yeah, but it's a better tobacco. I think it's just better tobacco, or it's not trees a certain way.
Period. It's just not good.
I like to smoke weed.
Yeah, and we all know you're a stoner. You're a stoner, you're a stoner, you're a stoner.
Some white wine.
Tells you have with white wine, weed with white
I come alive in the nighttime.
You look, Bestie, when are you gonna like chill out with life?
Oh, I live for the moment now. Dude, I took my boat out on Saturday. This is my routine now. I mean, on Sunday. I get on my boat, I take my pipe, smoke some weed, I drink a margarita, listen to music, and cruise.
So
it's like, it's the therapy of being out on the water, like cleanse your soul.
No, the water is therapy. Why do you think we're going to?
It feels so.
Especially my kids love, like we go to the beach, you know, but we just want to make it, like we want to go like Keith, and he's telling me like, Mommy, I want a truck, I want a boat, and I want. Okay, papi, like, we're gonna get that. You know what he did last night on his iPad? He went on Craigslist. How does my son know how to do that? And he was picking out trucks.
Look, let's get a truck, and I would get. I mean, I'm just telling you what I would get is get an open fisherman, which is like a center console. There's just a console.
I don't know what we're gonna get. I know what all it is.
Get a center console and get a 4-stroke engine on the back. Get something that has like 150 horsepower, 24-foot center console. Fucking perfect.
4-stroke. You actually know your boat.
What was it called?
Yeah, no,
Central Fisherman.
But honestly, like,
told me on something that I have a little bit of knowledge on.
So I mean, I'm just saying, like, for some reason, boats get insanely expensive when it goes from like 24 to 32 feet. Like, I mean, you can do fishing and not be like 5 miles offshore. You know, like.
Bro, I just want a freaking can and haul over and jump off the water and get back on the boat.
I mean, and that's the thing. It's like, listen, Katie, this is the thing. You know my boat that I have.
Yeah.
Okay, that flat state. That's what I was going to tell you. I paid, and this is going back to 2010. Okay, the boat's a 2000. I bought it in 2010. It only had 330 hours on the motor. Nothing. Okay, do the math. Like, it's a 2010. It was 2000 as the motor. In 10 years, you use the boat 30 hours a year. In 10 years. Nothing.
Motor in the back. You only have one, right?
I have one motor, and it's a 115 Yamaha 4-stroke. And I'll do about 37 miles an hour.
I'd want 2 motors, though. Top one break. I don't want to.
Let me just tell you something. This is the pros and the cons with 2 motors. Okay, 2 motors. It adds a lot of weight to the boat. It's 2 motors that you're doing maintenance to, so your maintenance bills are double. Okay, and it's twice as many things that could break down. It's going to be a much bigger boat if it has 2 motors. It's going to be at least a 32-foot boat. Okay, your expenses are more. Your fuel is more. This is the good thing about 2 motors. If one breaks, you still get that home. So, but the question, this is what I was going to tell you about boats, okay? Like, I have one motor on my boat.
Here's the boat, I think. I guess that'd be fun. I'd rather do that than have a fucking go-kart.
You see so many big, nice-ass boats. You know what? They don't go out in the ocean. Like, they cruise here. Like, if you're going to take the boat out, cruise the intercoastal, park it like at Hollover Beach, chill, tan, drink, have some beer, chill, and enjoy life. I paid $8,300 for my boat. Okay, with the fucking trailer. The trailer alone, brand new, is $2,500.
I gotta steal your trailer.
I never. Well, trailer's not insured, but I don't. I could sell the trailer for about $1,100 tomorrow.
Yeah, I was
Torch
gonna
that.
say, no, like 1,000. Yeah, like a G. Like
Yeah. I could sell it used for about $1,000. Okay. So basically, if you're keeping your boat in the water, if you're keeping your boat in the water behind someone's house, all you need is a boat, and it's going to cost you, my boat would have been $1,000 if I would have sold the motor, $7,000. And you know what kind?
The space in the back. Isn't somebody paying you space for your bag right now?
Yeah, and then I also keep my boat tucked in there too because it's little.
Yeah, I know.
It's only 18 feet. The thing is this, is that, yeah, you can go offshore and go deep sea fishing, but this is the thing you got to remember.
Who's gonna do that? I don't even like being out far.
But that's what I'm saying. It's like,
to the water.
if you want, this is what I'm telling you. Like, my boat for $8,300, I could go out on all day. It barely burns fuel. By the way, you have 2 motors. You're burning fuel in 2 motors. You're doing repairs on 2 motors. It's going to be a much bigger boat if you're putting 2 motors on it. You're going to spend more money, and this is the thing. Like, I look at all these boats in the intercoastal, like when I'm driving my boat, and I'm like, I wouldn't be any happier on a bigger boat. I'm still on the water having fun.
He just doesn't want her to have more motors than him, right? That's why he's saying this. That's the real reason. Oh, it's going to be double the maintenance, double the cost, more problems.
Fun. I have no stress. I've got no payments.
I know you don't mind being small. I get it.
No, and the thing is this:
you don't mind being small.
How many times do those boats go out in the ocean? Like, this is my whole point of the story. If he takes that boat out deep sea fishing once a month, it's not worth all that extra money he has to pay to have 2 motors and all that shit for that once a month. It comes out to thousands of dollars spent. So once a month he could go deep sea fishing. Now, if he goes deep sea fishing like once a week, then it's probably worth it. But if he ends up going deep sea fishing once a month, if he goes out with the family, he's not going deep sea fishing. But it's probably even more fun just to fish like the mangrove.
Okay, how about it's not for anybody else, but for me and the kids?
Yeah, I'm saying, like, he's going to want to go 10 miles offshore, catch big sailfish and dolphin and like that. That's when you need the 2 motors.
Right now, and it's so pretty.
But if you want to just, like, cruise the intercoastal, go out to lunch, like, get some sun, enjoy the water, honestly, I would keep it simple. Like, don't have 2 motors that break down. Don't have 2 motors that put gas.
Does it look like we're ballers? Do you think that we even have money?
Well, but that's what I'm saying is I think
we're getting like a boat. We used to have like a little tin can of a boat, and we used to go out.
Yeah, and you had the best time.
Yeah, Ethan loved it. Ethan was little, and put him in the bed, and we'd go out there like. God
yeah, no. By the way, I took on my flat stay boat, which is it's an 18-foot boat. I had me, June, my mom, my dad, my sister, and her 2 kids on the boat, and there still would have been room for like 2 more.
Yeah, you look at a lot of people in that boat.
Oh yeah, because of the way it's configured to seat up front and everything. Yeah. So I'm just telling you, I think you could get a 4-stroke. You get a 4-stroke engine, get 1 motor. If you want, get like a little kicker that if God forbid that motor broke, you have something to like
catch
back.
Dolphins.
But you get a 4-stroke motor, get like a 21-foot boat, and with 1 motor, and you're
catch
fine.
Some Miami Dolphins.
I mean, if you really are worried, then get Cito for $400 a year, and you ever get stranded, it'll turn it back in.
You don't have Cito? Hello, I know you're talking to somebody that actually lives in the water.
Yeah, no, I don't have Cito.
You don't.
But,
yeah, last call for coffees, guys. We're about 5 minutes to go on this video, then we're shutting it down. Support the channel. buymeacoffee.com/TrueCrimeMetrix.
You know me, you should.
I know I should. If I don't, it's gonna be expensive to get brought back.
Yep.
But no, I don't have Cito. Who did Cito when you got luck?
Wow. There goes.
But I'm just telling you.
Yourself.
Put it this way now: if he has one motor and he's going offshore, just buy Cito for $400 for the year. It's a lot cheaper. You know, I mean, I think for $10,000.
Okay, Dad. I just literally just said one thing, and you went off into like freaking boat world mechanic, other planet over there.
Sorry, but for 10 grand, you can get a nice boat. That's perfect to like do all that.
I was thinking less because I need to get a truck.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Even if I come in there at 8,000, you could get something good. Because you have someone who's asking like 12.
She doesn't have any money.
And you'll get them down to 8. Yeah. But listen, if they want to sell the boat and they want the cash, they're going to sell it. It's not easy to move a boat. It's not.
You'd think it would be, right? But it isn't. Because it took his that forever to sell his. I
Yeah.
think he took a loss.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. That's why you want to find a boat that's in good shape, that has low hours, that the person just likes to get rid of.
Yeah, did I tell you? His stepdad, which is like ironic, but his stepdad had a freaking heart attack.
No way.
Yeah, like out of the blue, like he's fine. Like they discharged him, but it's like just kind of ironic. Like his real dad, died
Yeah.
off of a heart attack. And I was just like, yo, it's just so much stress in that family. It's just,
Well, hopefully, does he exercise at all?
the thing is the stress comes all from like all the both from like his niece and all his problems and like his mom.
Problems.
She's the enabler and does everything for these kids that are parents.
Right.
And it's like, and it was stress to him, I guess. Like one day he went to work and it was just you keep hearing so much like bad stuff that you're just like, you get upset and I think you got a heart attack.
Listen, stress can cause it, but it's also genetics. Genetics, diet, exercise.
I mean, he's old. I mean,
How often does he go to the doctor for his physical? He may have had high blood pressure, high cholesterol for the last 20 years, and he hasn't been to the doctor. Like,
you go to the doctor?
you should go to at that age. Yeah, you should go.
No, you go to the doctor?
Yeah, like every 3-4 years for a physical.
Have you had your?
I get blood work done. I had my blood work done in September. Perfectly healthy.
You did? No.
Yeah, because I got no.
No chlamydia. No.
No, I'm pregnant though. Don't tell anyone.
Can I be the godmother?
Yeah, for sure.
Ay.
But let me know about the boat. I'll help you out.
You know who's gonna be pregnant soon?
So, Lauren.
I forgot yours doesn't work.
What is
Wow.
she doing?
Please.
Wah, wah,
You know, you
wah.
can't- you're-
Just when we thought she
you
couldn't
don't
get
wanna,
any
like,
more
hear-
annoying. What the hell was that? Wah, wah, wah.
Can I be the godmother?
Yeah, for sure.
Ay.
But let me know about the boat. I'll help you out.
You know who's gonna be pregnant soon?
So, Lauren.
I forgot yours doesn't work.
Wow.
Please. You know you can't. That's pretty sad. You don't want to like carry on the name against your brother.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, like a sane person in your family, actually.
I know. I just found out you can't get pregnant having sex with the same sex.
Same sex with the same what?
Having sex with the same sex.
You
I just
can't?
found out. No, you can't. I just found that out. That was my problem.
Try it.
Alright, I gotta get back to work before I lose my job.
Oh, the tragedy of
You know what?
your job, okay? Oh,
Just don't make fun of.
having a receding hairline?
Yeah, don't make fun of my little boat, okay?
Oh, you like things in small packages. Can I
Yep.
say?
Nah, you know what? Honestly, get like a 18 to 21 foot boat, and you guys with one engine, 4-stroke, you'll have no problems. Not at all.
Well, thank you for your concern.
You're welcome.
Everything good?
Yeah, everything is really good actually. Everything is. Patients have been good in the office. No more complaints from anybody.
Good. Well, I do my part of the job.
I know. One day I'll have you listen to my
One day you need to give me a raise.
recording. I know. Well,
Yeah, we're listening to your recording right now.
You're doing a good job to get a raise.
Well, I was thinking, well, you always know, right? Just in case.
You were up there on Saturday and cleaned up the whole place, right? So they're not going to complain on Monday.
I always clean everything.
All right, so just making sure you did it. I'm not up, dude. I'm not up there. I only hear when people complain that it wasn't cleaned up. All right, keep it up. I'll talk to you later.
Well, you in a month. Bye.
All right, ciao, Bella.
That was great. Put him on the plan. Extortion plan. What was it? It's wobbling. It was, oh my God, it was wobbling. Oh, Katie Magbanua. What is your deal? Wah, wah, wah. Oh, man. Okay. 5 hours and 6 minutes. Another long one. Yeah. We'll shut it down. We'll be back. We'll be back for Adelson Month. Tomorrow. Multiple times. We got books to read. We got stuff to do. Come back tomorrow. And, yeah. Thank you, everybody in the chat for the fantastic comments, for the dental fund, and the likes and the subscribes, and we just really appreciate everybody here. Ciao Bella. Yeah, alright. Yeah. Where are we? We will see you. And fantastic moderators, Neverly Darling, Carrie Brooke, Amy, and Spacey. Spacey's a little under the weather, but she's here in spirit. Udi, and is that it? I always get nervous. I need to have them on the wall. Of course I know everybody, but at this hour it's difficult to remember if I haven't forgot anything. Yeah. Wobbling. Gotta get some merch out of that. It was wobbling. What the hell? Yeah. Mex. I'm liking this Mex thing, Victoria Girl. Good night. Oh, Riding Shotgun. There you are. Of course, Riding Shotgun. Fantastic moderator, Riding Shotgun. Yeah. Okay. Catch you later, guys. True Crime Metrix out.